check. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to this third competition day tonight. And we will start now with the briefing. So the program for today, we'll talk about the scoring a little bit, a small recap of the schedule of the results from yesterday. Then we'll talk about the weather for the task and the arrival in Saint-Amand, a little bit about the flight safety as well, with some small issues yesterday, but that was really a fun flight to do. And then I will tell you to enjoy the flight. The same team, of course, managing the competition. I would like to say a big thanks to Martil, Angel Casado, Alexander Gargas, and all the guys who worked a lot on the scoring for the past 3 days, because as we know, there were some problems on that. So we'll talk about that later. And a special thanks as well to Romuald Mauvet, who's helped me a lot today for the briefing. That's the recap for the event calendar. On the left for the real Sailplane Grand Prix, with again a win from Mario Kisling today. And we will show you at the end of the live, as we have done yesterday and the other days, the recap of the day in video. So that's a 5 to 10 minutes video every evening after the race, where you can review the real Sailplane Grand Prix race for a few minutes. And then we have the calendar for the virtual races starting every evening at 8 p.m. The schedule of a competition day, you know it. We are on the briefing now. Then you will join the servers in a few minutes. Race starts tonight at 20:35 and the arrivals around 10:30. The scoring, that's good in Condor for the naming of the files, but then you need to rename the IGC files. Please be careful. For the date of the day, go for year, month, and day, please. For Team Madsen yesterday, it was 2021-09-07, CDR for Condor, TKM for the competition number, and then Madsen team for the name, .agc. Thanks. Additional information. So you know already that tampon file has been updated a few days ago. Skins are always available in condor.club. The scoring issue is solved now. We're still managing the day 2, I think, but day 1 is unofficial as from now. Day 2 will be unofficial tonight as well. You can protest until tomorrow evening, and that will become official for day 1 and 2 tomorrow evening at 18 UTC. We still did not activate the plane recovery for this event, the official event, because we want you to log out even in the first thermal. We know that there was a small issue yesterday. We talk about that later, but generally it was quite good to see your performance yesterday and your safety. Small reminder, there's still a new channel available for the pilots to talk after the flight. That has been done quite well yesterday. That's pilot chat channel. And well, a big thanks for the interview yesterday as well, and for the great arrivals. The top 9 pilots were flying above 143 kph, and the rides within 2 or 3 minutes. So that was absolutely awesome to follow. So thanks a lot for this great race. The winners for yesterday, the same podium as on day 1. That's Donna Pierluigi from France winning the day at 144.5 kilometers per hour. Ben Fest from Germany on the second place with 144.4. And on the third place, sorry, Jeroen Jenen from Belgium at 143.9 kph. The airspace, they are all free for today again. You are very lucky. The weather, so the winds from the 225 for 13 kph, the wind at 1,500 meters, it's 18 kph approximately. And you have some small wave with 25 kph at 5,000 meters. Thermals just as yesterday, 1.5 to 3.5 meters per second, with a little bit more of variability. Ceiling at 2,200 meters and even more on the mountains, some cumulus, of course, and some cirrus clouds. That's day three task. So 333.2 kilometers. We will start from Ganagobi, a line of 5 kilometers, 1,800 meters maximum for the altitude start, and still 170 kph for the start. Then Vinon Aero, so you will go south on the Durance Valley to Vinon, which is the airfield between Aix-en-Provence and Saint-Auban. Well-known airfield with a lot of EGC and WGC that has been done already. Then you go to Saint-André-les-Alpes on the east side of Coupe. Then you will fly to Montfort, so that's the small village that is just a few kilometers away on the west side of Saint-Auban airfield. You go then to Barcelonnette, that you have already been there for the first day when you were flying to Josier. So that's in the same valley, Barcelonnette, still an airfield. Then to La Cluse, which is the small village that you flew, I think, on day 2 as well, or on day 1, probably, just next to Pic de Bures. Then you come back to reporting point 200 and finish line 200 at minimum 500 meters, and still the same altitude in Saint-Auban, 456 meters QNH. The landing procedures, now you know it for sure, the same finish line. If you do direct landing, please do it on the right side. If you do a low pass, please go on the left or in the center line of the airfield, and then only pull after the hangars or abeam the hangars, the green hangars of the French team, where you see the arrow there, to avoid any collisions. Arrival penalties, still the same reminder for you not to forget in the end, at the end of the race, you must not fly below 500 meters, otherwise you will get quite some penalties that might lose you some points for you at the end of the day. So that would be a mess, I guess, after 300 kilometers flight. Safety, so that's more or less a bit the same than yesterday. Please be careful, do your own choices. We've had a small collision in flight. For us, it was more or less a bad luck, because we've seen quite some footage from that with some pilots doing the live streaming. So that was really good to analyze actually what happened. You were a lot in the first thermal after the start, and you were all flying, I think, quite well. Not a lot of pilots flying on the left side of other pilots, so inside the thermal. That was quite well, I think. And it happened between Sierra Lima and Tango Uniform Romeo, a small collision. And I think it was, well, we think it was a fault of Sierra Lima, but he couldn't really see him. And it was I think, a mistake from him from below, because he was the one below. And I think the Turkish pilot could not see him. So it's difficult to make a penalty for this. And yeah, you were all flying quite close, and please be careful and try to look out. It was not aggressive at all. Really a smooth flight for everyone, I think. But yeah, try to look out, and maybe we'll think about the rules to allow the in-flight recovery for the aircraft, but we don't want to do it yet. That has happened yesterday. That was, I think, a small mistake, and hopefully it will be quite okay today. Start line, it was a bit better yesterday as well for the energy management. Outlanding, we've had some outlandings, but it was quite okay as well. Thermal, same comments, watch out for others, and then it was quite okay for the rest. Some examples of yesterday. So Tango Sierra catching up thermal at low altitude at north of Lépine. You were the limit of La Motte-Chalençon to clear, but it was still okay for us. Mike Yankee Romeo low flight at La Roche des Arnaud, but there were some field, so it was okay as well. Kilo Hotel low flight at Cabre, so that's west side near Col de Cabre of Saint-Auban, so west side of the Durance Valley, northwest of Saint-Auban. You could have joined the field of Lucandiwa, but without margin. But I know quite well the area, and you have some feed close by, so that would be okay as well for us. It's kind of flatlands there, so that's okay for us. Low flight for JJJ at La Baume, field between La Baume and Asp, okay for us. Sierra Lima, I talked about that already, small collision with the Turkish pilot, Alil. But yeah, really, I think it was no luck. It was not really the fault as well of Santiago, because it's really difficult to see in Condor the gliders. And when we've seen the live streaming from other pilots, it was obvious that it was quite okay, really, for us. And it was really no luck. So I wish everything is going well tonight for you guys. And I think it will, because you fly quite well. If you have questions, please ask them on the chat. I will not be here tonight with you. You have Jean-François, if you have any question to deal with that. I will be in Saint-Auban tomorrow, and then I will comment from there and do the briefing from Saint-Auban. Hopefully bring you some footage from there. And I hope you enjoy the flights tonight that we have. We are still reading the mails, don't worry. You can really send any message, any email. We read that, and then we try to answer the next day on the chat. We were quite busy with the scoring. Now it's all working, so we are quite happy with it. It was really a big work for the whole team to do. So just enjoy the flight, and thanks a lot for joining us. The live comments will start in about 5 minutes. Thank you.
Good day, everyone. It's Matthew Scudder here again, and I'm joined tonight by Chris Gill, who some of you might know is a famous mountain pilot from the UK. Chris, do you want to introduce yourself?
Hello, I'm Chris. I'm some idiot from the UK that is going to try and be entertaining, I think. And I've got Declan with me, who's a glider pilot as well, and who's going to help us out with some fun, I think, tonight.
Yeah, it's great to have someone else here tonight. We usually have Mark on, but Mark, I think, is busy doing something in Lithuania tonight. And Antoine is, I think, driving to Brussels or something to catch a flight to Saint-Bon. So it's just me and Chris to entertain you for tonight. I think we got an interesting race today. In the real race, I think Mario Kiesling won the day yet again, 3 days in a row now, and he just slipped past Sebastian Carr on the finish line. I haven't looked quite at the tracks as to how they did it, but the weather should be set up again today in this virtual race to match the weather in the real world. And based on what we saw yesterday, the pilots actually took a very similar track inside Condor as they did in the real world. So there could be a little bit of insight to gain there. I'm just going to share our stream in a few places online, see if a few more people want to have a watch of what we're up to. So Chris, do you know any of the pilots in the race? Have you had a look at the people competing tonight?
Unfortunately, I don't know any of them. I've not done much in Condor, really, so it'll be interesting to see who's going to win. I'm looking at the names, and there's some strong names. So
a lot of these pilots are actually top glider pilots as well. I don't know if you saw
right.
Tim Kuipers racing tonight. Tim Kuipers won the Junior World Championships in 2011.
Oh, wow.
And we have Jeroen Jennen, was flying super aggressively yesterday. He was unlucky to not get away with it, but he was always pushing right down to the deck and getting ripper climbs, leading the gaggle along. But he came sixth in standard class in Montluçon, the World Championships this year. So there's some real top tier pilots flying here.
Yeah, I want to see some aggressive flying today, lads. And ladies, any ladies flying?
I don't think so. Having a look at the profiles, it looks like it's all boys. We do have a pretty diverse representation. We've got pilots from Turkey, we've got pilots from Japan, we've got pilots from a flag I don't recognize. Oh, that's Colombia.
Where are the Brits?
Yeah, that's a good question. None of them entered. I sent them the entry forms and no one seemed to buy it.
Oh, it's disappointing.
It is, because I think some of them would have been quite strong contenders. And the New Zealanders are missing as well. They didn't even know about it.
Oh, geez. Just want to try and find the link stream so I can share it as well.
I just put the link on my Facebook page if you want to copy and share it. So we're now 3 minutes from the start. Everyone seems to be in a pretty good position to start. I didn't catch what the start altitude was today, but I think it'll be the same as yesterday, which is 1,800 meters. So everyone will be diving in from cloud base and punching through the line.
All I'm seeing is nacho cheese on your Facebook, Matthew.
Not that one on my Matthew Scudder's gliding page.
Oh, right, okay.
Yeah, I try and separate the gliding from my own page. So I don't think most of my friends want to see nonsense about gliding, and similarly, most of my gliding friends aren't interested in flavor of Doritos I'm eating. So we're looking now at Ben Fest on the screen. Ben Fest came second yesterday by just a hair, but he flew a super conservative, super reliable race the entire day. It was a little bit boring even because he never got low, never got slow. Just took nice thermals, stayed high and cruised around the task. So I think I've got my money on him to win overall, but we've seen both days now Donat Luigi or Donat Pierre. I had to check his name. Donat Pierre Luigi who both days has just clinched the win with a little bit of tactical flying near the end and slipping past when Ben or anyone else has made a mistake. So I wonder if we'll see the same again tonight. Is Declan there with you as well?
Yes, I'm here as well.
Do you want to introduce yourself, Declan?
I can do. I'm also a glider pilot from the UK. Not very good, but I'm sure I can help Chris out with his commentator.
Declan's had about 12 beers, so it's going to get messy later, I think.
That sounds good. I think the race is more than 300 kilometers, so you're going to get a few more deep.
Cool. You can get another 15 in your time. Sounds good. If it was you, fine. Another 50.
It's a good. This is only an audio stream, not a video stream. All right, 1.5 minutes to the start gate. We should see people start gliding into the start now. We're looking at Kilo Hotel gliding in. I think he's the pilot of the Czech Republic.
Krasimir Hrasicovec. That's the man.
I think he's Croatian, actually, flying the JS3 there. Pretty even split between all the pilots, whether they like the JS3 or the Ventus 3. One pilot chose to bring a JS1 instead.
Ooh. I hope he wins.
I wonder if he just didn't want to spend the $10 on the upgraded glider. So it's pretty ballsy coming to the World Championships. Sierra Lima Lima unfortunately hit another glider, I think, pre-start yesterday. So he was out of the race, but it looks like he's repaired his glider overnight and flying again today. A pretty impressive night in the composites shop. And they even had time to paint it again. Have a look at JJJ really pushing to the start line there. I wonder if he's going to cross it early. You get a 10-second per second penalty for crossing the start line early. And you're also meant to be slow through the start line, no faster than 170 kph. And I think that's the line open now. So Alpha Mike and Charlie Romeo Whiskey look like they've made the perfect start, with all the others sitting a little bit further behind. Maybe if we can just pop out to the 2D view while getting down the first leg, and we can have a quick look at the task. So we're heading down to the south first, along the valley past Manosque. The mountains get significantly smaller and simpler there, so I think we're going to be flying thermals for a little while. Pilots will be looking for a nice strong climb up to cloud base. And then once we get round the southern turn, we head out to the east, and it's not long at all before the mountains start to get really big and scary there. And with the southwesterly forecast wind today, those first ridges should be working nicely. But they're not really ridges aligned to the track at all. So I suspect they'll be trying to find thermals on those as they approach them. And then we do some zigzagging through some really nice mountains. So I think we'll see the leg going west. They'll use the topography a bit there. And then the leg going east out of there. There's some really nicely aligned hills. And then we've got the Barcelonette Valley. There's some really big mountains up there on that northeastern turn point. And then the last turn point looks like it's on the Pic de Bourg, which is a really big mountain to the north there with really excellent wave and thermal and ridge conditions. And I think they're going to final glide in from there.
You've flown in this area before?
What, say again, Chris?
You've flown in this area yourself before?
I've been to Serie a couple of times, but I would say I'm far from an expert. I wouldn't be comfortable flying a race in these mountains. I'm fairly safe flying around by myself. Have you been to the French Alps at all?
No, not yet. No, I'd love to. Well, I was hoping to go this year, but obviously with the Rona, we couldn't really do it this year. Do next year or something, or in the next year or two.
So for people who don't know Chris, he usually flies in Wales, which is kind of like the French Alps, except everything's a third of a height and there's nowhere to land.
I mean, there's some huge fields if you fly K8s. Great.
Yeah.
So it looks like a bit of a gap to begin with on the first run in.
Yeah, they've really taken some different routes going out here, I guess because there's not any big mountains in the first turn area. there's no obvious target people are going for. So I think people are just sitting back, hoping someone else is going to first thermal. You can see that huge cumulus in the distance there.
Yeah, I'll be
I think
racing.
Quite a long glide to it. You can see the cruise speeds they're doing down there. So the cruise speeds in Condor seem to be way higher than you do in those conditions in real life. But yeah, that's a 100-knot cruise they're doing towards that cloud. Oh, look at Jerome. So JJJ is Jerome Jenin. He's the one who was flying very aggressively yesterday. And here he is again, really pushing out the front, flying a good 20 kilometers faster than everyone else. And he's already quite low.
Yeah, he's my favourite already. Go on, JJJ.
He's got no fear whatsoever. It's really impressive watching him fly.
I want to see some 10 knot scrapes away from 10 feet.
We definitely saw that yesterday, or maybe not that high. Declan, do you have a favourite?
I think Yankee Zulu Romeo is definitely going to be my favourite today.
How have you come to that conclusion?
It was by looking at all of them pre-start. He seemed to be pretty high, pretty set. And, yeah, we'll see what he does.
I think Japanese are good at video.
I certainly think so. And I think Nobuhiro Okada might be the oldest competitor here. So he may well have the most time playing video games of all the people racing tonight.
How old is he?
He's, I can't tell you that, but I can tell you he's got 2,500 hours in hang gliding. He's flown
wow.
4 hang gliding world championships.
Awesome.
And it's currently 2 a.m. in Japan for him. So I suspect he might not be feeling quite his best, but they call it the land of the rising sun. And I think it won't be long before the sun is rising on his morning. He's also flown just 50 hours in sailplanes. So he does have a little bit of an idea of flying sailplanes independently.
I mean, I'm impressed. So has there been some qualifiers to lead up to this, or is this?
I think it was a application followed by an invitational. So you put in what your experience was, and I think they had a look at your record playing Condor and decided whether you're worthy to join us or not. So I think it has been handpicked to really be the world's best. I think our invites just got lost in the mail.
Absolutely.
I actually was scheduled to compete, but I thought it wasn't responsible given my upcoming flight schedule. But hopefully back to Australia tomorrow, which would mean I'd miss 2 days. I didn't want to disappoint my motherland like that.
I think Triple J is stopped for a climb.
Sure looks like it. Can we? Oh, look at this. There's a big gaggle there. So we saw a mid-air collision early on yesterday. I wonder if we're going to see the same here because it's really messy. Look at those trails converging. Everyone's got a different idea where the core is.
Oh, Nob, you Hyro is going a bit wide there. He's left the gaggle on his own. Is it coming back in, recentering?
We don't have an average vario, but we do have an instantaneous vario. So it can be, you can sort of figure out how quickly people are climbing, but it's hard to get a really accurate idea. It looks like he was hanging back and trying to get a good climb there, while everyone else is pushed on.
So some have stopped. What climb rates are those guys getting?
It looked like they were only getting 1 to 2 meters a second, about, let's say, 3 to 4 knots, which on a day like today, I think they should be looking for better than that. Yesterday, we were seeing them stopping mostly in 2.5 to 3.5 meters a second.
Yeah.
At 5 to 6 knots. And I think today is slightly better than yesterday. What was interesting is I did see today there was a forecast of wave. So I think as we get into the mountains, we might see some pilots stopping for wave. And that's where your experience, I think, could be really interesting, Chris, because I do not really understand how the wave behaves in these kinds of mountains or any kind of mountains.
God, that makes 2 of us.
Chris has done some of the most inventive wave flying in a long time in the UK, so I'm sure he's going to have some interesting ideas. I think in Condor, the wave modeling is actually quite simple. Basically, any windward ridge, you find wave following it a fixed distance on the lee side. So we can see they've got at least 2.5 meters a second here, just looking at that instantaneous vario. So they're really going to pull a bit of time on those guys who circled behind.
Come on, Benfast, get centered. Come on. Have you found much difference between the V3s and the JS4s?
I believe that within Condor they're pretty well matched, but I think because this contest is flown with a wing loading limit rather than an absolute weight limit, I suspect that the V3s actually have an advantage in game as well as in real life. The V3s have quite a bit more wing area, so they're flying a fair bit heavier. I think this must be the entire Gaglan this climb. Can we have a quick look at the 2D view and just check that no one else has got a different idea out there?
Oh, who's that?
Sierra Lima is still behind again.
Oh, there's another. Oh, there's two. Oh, what's he doing back there?
Well, he's the one who had a mid-air yesterday, so he might be a little bit scared of gaggle flying at the moment. I think Sierra Lima was found to be at fault yesterday, so maybe he'll be risking a disqualification if he hits someone again.
I want to see him plough straight through the middle of this one. Oh,
he's aiming for it, isn't he?
Yeah, go on, son.
But look at how slow he's gliding in. I think he's taking it pretty careful.
Yeah.
If you're going to plough through it, you'd be doing 40 kph faster. How many do you think you could hit?
Well, I'd be disappointed if it's less than 3, to be honest.
Mm.
Oh, he's going to go through. Go on. He's going to do it. Is he going through it?
He's pulling.
He's gone through the middle, hasn't he?
I think he's taking the pull up and going through. Yeah, you're right.
What a hero.
No fear. So look at JJJ still pushing on ahead. And
So that's
not
the
really
point.
slowing up. That is the turn point off to the left there.
So he's making quite a deviation.
I think so, yes. He needs a climb. He's only going to be about 2,500 feet above the valley floor at the moment, and he's still cruising 105 knots.
So has he seen a cloud above? We can't see from this angle.
It looks like there's a shadow near the turn point, but I think he'll be going for the topography there, just for a little bit of higher terrain, hoping to find a climb. I don't quite understand the thermal model in Condor, but I think the better thermals still come off the slopes.
Oh, has he found something? He's turning anyway.
He's having a little sniff. I haven't seen him do a nice pull up yet. Oh, here we go. Yeah, there's 2.5 meters.
This risk might have paid off. Or maybe not. He's left it.
I think he's still trying to center, just having a search around. The trouble is the pilots who've climbed even somewhat well behind him can see that he's climbing ahead, how strong he is, and they can cruise much faster into his climb.
Yeah. Oh, can you see the climb rates each other are doing during the race?
So I think all of these guys will have it connected up to XC-SAW or even LX9000s and things like that. So you can set up your Condor to really match a normal glider cockpit with farm input and everything like you'd fly in real life.
Wow.
And I believe at least a couple of our competitors are actually racing in virtual reality.
Oh, that's cool.
I think Ben Fest, the pilot who's been doing very well the last couple of days, is using an Oculus or something like that.
Yeah.
And at least one other pilot as well. Those guys behind have really climbed all the way up to cloud base. They're now going through 2,100 meters. Will they go to that climb ahead, or are they going to go directly on track?
Can we see how Triple J is climbing? I call him Trip J for short.
It's a very popular youth radio station in Australia, Triple J.
Is it?
Yeah.
It's
I've aged out of it, I'm afraid. I'm no longer youth.
You're an old man now.
No, well, as soon as it's like a common trope that people start to find the music boring when they get to about the age of 30 and they start writing complaint letters to the station, and that's when you realise you've become old, when you complain about Triple J.
Oh, they're doing all right. He's climbing up. Still not.
I think they've got a weaker climb than the guys behind, though, but I think they're forced to take it at this point.
Yeah. It looks like the other guys are going to go straight for the turn, are they? Let's see.
Take advantage.
Yeah, so these guys are going straight for the turn.
But look how slowly they're cruising. They're only doing 100 knots, which is not very fast for Condor. So I think they might be a little concerned about where their next climb is going to come from, because they're going into a low area, and then the hills beyond that are a long way away. No obvious cumulus.
Kestrel on YouTube said, yeah, thermal starting on the ridge are stronger than the usual ones, even in Condor.
There we go. So I think most of our viewers, in fact, have far more knowledge about what's going on in this game than we do.
Absolutely.
I'm going to have a quick look at what the results of the actual flight today were and see what routes they took, and we can see if they're going to follow similar routes in game.
Is this the same task as the real one today?
I believe it is the same every day. I'm going to check that. They might
wow.
make it a little bit shorter some days, because I think some of these tasks could get quite long. I saw in China they're only allowed to play 3 hours of video games a week now, so if they make their tasks too long, then they won't get any entrance from China anymore. Okay, so loading up Mario Kiesling's flight. I think basically everyone except one pilot went round as a gaggle today in real life. So it's looking quite similar so far. Mario Kiesling went a little bit west of track on the first leg there, onto that same ridge that we saw the rear gaggle climb in. And then on this next leg, they've gone a little bit north of track. And I think if we go to the 2D view, we can have a look at why that might have been. Drawing the nice turn point rounding. Can we have a look at the two-dimensional view, please? There we go. And just zoom out so we can see the full first and second leg. So I don't really see why they would have gone north of track on that leg. It doesn't look so obvious to me in the topography. They were probably doing a little bit of ridge soaring. Just looking at the altitudes on the traces. But yeah, that's interesting. And then you can see where the terrain suddenly gets quite steep there, where they're forced to climb to get over those ridges. But we didn't see the pilots in the real world getting above, let's say, 2,300 meters until they were past Saint-Aubin on the third leg. And that's when they started to climb high up towards Barcelonnette, up to 2,900 meters.
Looking at the topography, about 3/4 of the way along to the turn point, looks like a nice ridge. Do you reckon they're going to get some wave behind it? Looks like it's.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a good setup. I wouldn't be surprised at all. I'm not sure how efficient using the wave in terms of for climb and glide is in Condor. I think it really only works for gliding in a straight line.
Yeah, because they'd have to drop downwind, and yeah, it'd just be interesting to see if there was some strong lift there, if anyone needed a top up.
Yeah, well, I've definitely seen people climbing on the wrong side of the ridge in the wave in Condor before. So it could be a good strategy. Look how low Jerome is and how hard he's pushing. Jerome was cruising 220 kph there, and he's only still 2,000 feet above the valley floor. Ben Fest flying a little bit slower and a lot higher behind. He's just watching what's happening ahead. And Fox 1, I don't remember who Fox 1 is.
Josh Mayer.
Josh Mayer's from the US. What do we know about Josh? Josh is 46 and he has thousands of hours in both paragliders and sailplanes.
Any idea where he flies in the US?
From Neffy in Utah.
Ah, where Bruno's from.
Yeah, the one and the only.
Yeah.
So he should know his way around these mountains quite well. And it looks like he's flying pretty aggressively today.
Where is he? Yeah, he's up front somewhere.
He's the high glider up ahead, just a little bit lower than Bravo Fox. Echo Uniform Sierra, we saw a really amazing flight from yesterday. He was very unlucky to not come in first place, just a couple of 100 meters low just at the end. I think he is a Turkish pilot. Oh, sorry, he's a Spanish pilot. But he got 5 points for yesterday, so quite a good result.
I think Ben Fest is looking like he's in a good position. He's going to be ahead of the pack shortly.
This is what we saw yesterday. He just sits a little bit higher, a little bit behind, and makes consistently good decisions. Yeah, Jerome's just pulled into a climb here. Doesn't look like he's got anything super strong yet. You can see the guys above pulling in there, and they look like they're getting a nice pull up. Having a little bit of trouble centering though.
F1's not finding very much.
It looked like there was a nice cumulus above them, so I don't know what the problem is.
I think we need to show them how it's done, Matt. This is just disappointing.
Or maybe we can fly as guest pilots tomorrow night, or I'll be on a plane to Australia, I hope. So very high latency for me. Who is KOE? He's very low. He could be in real trouble here.
Vic Schoen, I can't see the full name.
Vike Schoenmakers.
Schoenmakers.
Schoen, I think, is pretty in German.
Yeah.
So he makes things pretty. Hopefully he doesn't make the ground pretty with a piece of his glider. So I don't know if you realize, Chris, but they're flying this contest basically under the same rules as the real world. So if you make dangerous decisions, you get penalized accordingly. And that goes as far as doing a dangerous outlanding, you'll get penalties.
Oh, wow. Oh, so you've got to pick a good field, really?
Yeah, you actually need to fly a circuit and do everything properly. If you do things wrong, they say that you're setting a bad example, and that's not what the FAI wants to be presenting with their virtual racing. So these guys have to make all the right decisions, and if they're pushing low into an unlandable valley, they've got to expect to be penalized. They say if you die in virtual reality, you die in real life. And I assume if you break your glider in virtual reality, the FAI will come out and punch a hole in your wing in real life too. So they're all going south of track here, which is the opposite of what we saw in the real SGP. But I mean, the topography looks all right for it. A nice queue ahead, so I think I can guess where they're all going to be pushing towards. Did we see Kilo Echo Oscar get a climb there? No, he still hasn't got a climb. So I'm not quite sure the height of terrain there, but I suspect it's about 400 meters. So he's only 1,500 feet above the ground. the whole gaggle cruising over the top of him. So he'll be reevaluating his life choices.
So Kestrel on YouTube says the commentator doesn't even know about the competition rules, so this ought to be fun. I reckon there's something to do.
I don't know what rules he's talking about.
There's rules? Oh, that's some good paintwork. Love it. V1 looking good. Is he Brazilian by any chance?
So someone designed all of the artwork for each different glider.
Oh, wow.
So they're all meant to be designed roughly in the national colours.
Brazilians sound painful. So they were riding two abreast there. Oh, he is getting low.
Very low now. I think he's going to have to start making decisions about where he's going to land.
Schoenmachen. You'll scrape away.
Well, I mean, it's certainly still strong soaring conditions.
Well, none of them have found a decent climb yet, have they? I think they were finding only like 2 meters a second earlier on.
Yeah, a little bit disappointing, I guess. I think it's not normally quite so good when you head south out of Saint Bon.
Now, surely he won't make it over that high ground coming up.
So those gliders behind look like they've got quite a good climb, actually. There's a gaggle there climbing through even 1,900 meters. So I think they've really made the right decision back there. Josh Mayer's leading out again. Flying a little bit slower as well. And now we're looking at Donat Pierluigi, who's won the last 2 days, sitting a little bit behind and off to the side of Ben Fox. Ben Best. We can see the climb they're heading to now. You see the queue just on the top of the screen there. So I think they'll be expecting to pick up a nice climb just from the floor of this valley ahead. It does look like the cloud's a little bit decayed though.
He is looking low. Oh, yeah.
I think this could be all over for Kilo Oscar Echo.
That was a nice fill down there on the left.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to get in trouble for that landing.
Unless he keeps going straight.
Oh, but look at this, he's just got a bit of lift now. He's pulling up. And he's going. He's going to get away with it.
Ooh, is he?
You can see the shadow of the cloud ahead. No, he's sinking again now. Surely he can just push on ahead to where they're climbing now.
Oh, he was going up just as we flicked over.
These guys are all pulling up nicely here. I think they're going to climb well.
Oh, they are, I think.
Josh Mayers, did he miss that climb as he cruised right past it? I wonder if he's thinking this big ridge ahead might be working with the southwesterly wind. And maybe he thinks he can just bypass the thermals and climb on the ridge or get a stronger climb off the ridge ahead. See, that's a really nice ridge line up there. And I think off the back of that, there may well be the wave that we were talking about before. And I do actually see now, just again at the top of the screen, there's a cumulus on this ridge as well. This is a really big gamble, though.
Do we think the wind is strong enough to ridge soar up that hill to get over the back of it?
I think it is just strong enough. I think it was meant to be 18 kph on the ground, up to 25 kph at a bit more altitude, which in Condor you always seem to be able to ridge soar on a bit lighter wind than perhaps you would in reality.
Yeah.
So these guys don't look like they're climbing that well. You're seeing them really go in and out of the thermal there. Fox one's a long way ahead now.
Yeah, let's see what he's doing. He's getting into the big stuff. Is he pushing for that big ridge?
I don't think he'll get to the big ridge, but I think we saw there was that cumulus sitting on the little ridge he's just approaching now. So maybe he can just work his way up to the big ridge there.
Oh, this is brave.
I think I'd be pretty nervous in this situation.
Yeah, especially when you... Oh, this doesn't look good.
I would be thinking this is fairly dangerous flying at the moment, but it's really hard to judge from this point. I think the terrain in reality is actually much steeper than it looks from the video game view, so you may well have safe glide out to those fields we see off to the left. Oh, here we have Jerome again. Where's he got to? I think he's gone a little bit left of track here. You can see the gaggle off to the right, and he's going for a completely different cloud. He's really an independent thinker, Jerome. And maybe he's more on track as well. If he gets to that cloud and it's a nice 2 or 3 meters, he could be in a very strong position.
Mm. There we go, live chat.
A couple of these guys are actually streaming in real time on Twitch as well, or on YouTube. So if you have a quick look on Twitch, you can actually see what they're doing in the cockpit. We can get a bit of a insider view. Yesterday, we could see when they thought they were on final glide and what their flight computers said and things like that. I'm just watching, I think, Charlie Romeo Whiskey at the moment, who for some reason is flying on autopilot. Maybe that's a strategy for... Yeah, I think it could well be a strategy for doing very straight and level efficient flight. Or maybe he's going to have a leak.
Maybe he's had too much coffee and his hands shake a bit. So,
or he's 12 beers deep already. That would be inappropriate though.
He slumped over his joystick. Is F1 climbing now?
Jerome is flying very slow now. Maybe he's just feeling out a climb. Yeah, let's have a look at F1 though. Could we change to F1? He has gained a lot of height there, but I'm not seeing him climb well just at the moment.
Yeah, he's just recentering. I think JJJ was about to pull up in. It seemed like he. I think CW's.
Maybe we could just have a look at the 2D view and get a sense of where everyone is again.
Yeah.
So F1 really pushed out a long way ahead. And look how high he is relative to the guys behind. I think he's actually in the lead considering his height as well. The gaggle on the left doesn't look like they're getting quite as good a climb as the gaggle on the right did though. As the gaggle on the right, you can really see they got up to over 2,000 meters now. So they're going to have a comfortable glide over that big ridge ahead. If you look very closely at the thermal they took, you can actually see the wind drift. So we can see that that wind is going to be directly on the face of this ridge coming up.
They've picked up a nice climb, it seems.
That does look good, doesn't it? I think that's at least 2.5 meters.
Yeah.
So that might be just what they need to catch up. You can see how heavy the terrain is getting ahead. There's really no way to pass through there except by taking a climb up higher. And I think you can just see F1 in the distance. Oh no, yeah, now we're looking at F1. Not such a strong climb though, maybe only 2 meters, but I think he really needs it to get over these hills ahead. I take that back. It looks like it is a very nice climb.
Yeah, he's definitely got the jump on the other guys. That was a good strategy.
So we did see some really good flying from Foxtrot 1 yesterday, just not so consistent through the whole race. So maybe he's learned some lessons from yesterday. Yeah, so the whole gaggle is going to join beneath Fox 1. He's in a really strong position. So looking ahead from here to the turn, Chris, where do you think they should go out of here? We have this queue on the ridge, but then it's not so obvious to me where to go to get to that turn.
Is that the turn just to the right of
That's right, the little purple cylinder in the distance.
I'd have thought just a climb to cloud base. I can't really see the other side of the ridge at the moment, but it looks like a bit of a hole. Not sure if it's a wave gap, if Condor simulates that well.
That's a good question. I do not know.
It might be worth getting really high, into the wisps here and just seeing if there is a bit of wave. You might be able to use it to your advantage, but you don't want to hang around too long.
So I think the way it works in Condor is they'd need to fly over the back of that ridge and they'd contact
absolutely.
it.
Yeah. It looks like there's room behind the ridge to get it if they did.
I think there is. So my memory is there's a medium-sized ridge here, and there's actually a larger ridge, one behind as well. And then it's just sort of low rolling mountains for some distance. There you can see it a little bit better.
Yeah. Yeah, not many places to land there. That's a bit scary if that was real life.
I think there are actually some fields in the little valley down to the left, but I mean, it's definitely mountain fields, not flatland fields.
Oh, they've picked up a nice climb here. Luigi's climbing away.
They've all joined that one of Fox 1 who's just headed out there.
Yeah.
So let's see who's following behind. We have Alpha Mike. Who is Alpha Mike? Arnie Martin Guitler. I'm sure that is not the correct pronunciation of his name. Arnie is our Norwegian entrant. He has 110 real-life gliding hours and 1,000 Condor gliding hours.
Jeez. And he's got an awesome beard looking at his photo. Wow.
That is impressive. He looks like a real Scandinavian, doesn't he?
Absolutely. That is stereotypical. It's great.
And he recently flew the Norwegian Gliding Championships and won his first contest.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. He's flown in the French Alps and New Zealand, so he's familiar with Saint Yvonne in reality. So maybe that's why we're seeing some good decisions from him today.
F1's going for it, so he should be able to make that ridge near the turn point.
I think so. And look how hard he's pushing. He's going 225 kph, which is really heaving for Condor.
But I guess he's got a tailwind, has he?
Oh, you're quite right. Yeah, there is potentially 30 kph tailwind there.
There's no real queue on track, but he might pick one off the ridge.
Well, it may well be the wave you're talking about. I don't know how accurate Condor's modeling is as to whether the wave suppresses thermals or Q or anything like that. But I would have thought Foxtrot 1 would have contacted if he was going to contact it now. It looks like he's just going for it. Where is Romeo Sierra Tango going? Is he going to the same turn point?
I think he's just happy to be here. Look at him.
Having a great day.
That's quite a deviation. It looks like a decent cloud, but
I didn't think it looked that good, actually. It looked like it might be just decaying there.
ah,
Or it could be it's just about to cycle.
so why would it go that route? I can't see why it'd do that. The topography.
Right. Or maybe because we saw there was that kind of blue hole on the direct route, he's thinking maybe he can go around it.
He seemed like he was a little low, so he might have been trying to get a bit of height before he pushes over there. So he's at 2,000 meters, so he's a bit lower than most of the others. It looks like he's stopped for a climb now.
Once again, a bit lower than everyone else with absolutely no fear. It's not a nice point though. Doesn't look like he's stopping in a great climb. When you look at how good the queue the other guys are under, I really wonder whether Girona's taken the right line here. Box 1 slowed up a little bit now, so given there's a potentially 30 kph tailwind, he might be re-evaluating. Upper Mike's still pushing hard though. They might have been pushing through the sink of the wave.
It looks like F1. It looks like they might be just pushing now to get onto the ridge, and they might be able to do the turn point in ridge lift. Maybe make the bit of progress on the second leg in the ridge.
That's a good point, actually. Yeah, I think this upcoming leg did have some wind-aligned ridges. And from some of the comments last night, it sounds like almost always the strategy in Condor is if you can make the ridges work, it's a bit faster than even quite strong thermals. So there's already quite a lot of spread between the pilots here. On the previous days, we've seen them bunch together a lot more until a bit further down the race.
Sorry, that's my dog kicking off in the background.
I'll put them on the stream as well. Let's visit Declan's favorite pilot. How's Yankee Zulu Romeo getting along? Yankee Zulu Romeo. So he's taken a climb a little bit further behind, but I quite like his position actually. He's going very fast, 240 kph.
Nobuhiro is pushing hard.
Maybe going through the wave sink at the moment. Very strong sink there, and now coming into a bit of lift. Generally, I think is towards the back of the pack. We just go back to the 2D view and have another overview again. Where is Yankee Zulu Romeo on the map? I see him there, just crossing over some of the big ridges. So we're seeing another split here. So Alpha Mike has gone off to the north of track, and Bravo Fox is going off to the south.
Can we have a look at what F1's doing? Is he going to sneak around the ridge?
Well, this is interesting, isn't it? Oh, but look at that wind-aligned ridge. He's going to nick that and then jump straight on that ridge on the left, I reckon. Oh, and then, yeah, you can really see the track out to the next turn point there. I feel like he's made the right decision here if he can make this work.
Yeah, always going back to the ridge where he came from. He's going to run the other route.
Okay, yeah. I think these are the kinds of scenarios where the VR goggles could really help, where you can really look around and make snap decisions about which valley you're going to take. Because at least from our fixed perspective here, it's very hard to tell what the optimal route is. I think the other pilots who had climbed up behind have seen him pushing down and started to wonder if he's making the right decision, and they've been making the wrong decision. Can we go quickly to the 2D view and see the ridge that Foxtrot 1 is pulling onto? Okay, so we can see a little bit of what he's getting up to there. You can see a ridge is working now, sort of connects into another ridge, and then there's a really nice spine coming up about, let's say, 10, 15K down track. And I think they're really going to climb high on that ridge, pull up along it. And then things will get a little bit trickier again. I think the terrain must be really quite high here, because it doesn't look like they're that high above ground, even though they're still at 1800 meters.
Oh, that is a nice turn point. Oh, did he clip that or did he miss it?
I think he got around it, but I'm not
Yeah.
completely convinced going to 190 degrees of roll, or rather 100 degrees of roll, is efficient. I'm pretty sure it maxes out at about 90 degrees. Is that Alpha Mike stopping to climb behind again? So he must be thinking this ridge isn't going to work, which I'm not convinced is the right decision.
JJJ is doing some big pull-ups.
So JJJ, I think, was still on the way in, and Foxtrot 1 is already
Yeah.
on the way out, and is now taking advantage of those gliders still on the way in for some lift on the way out. So really nice strategy there. But I don't know why he's climbing based on that topography we saw. So maybe he's thinking this is too risky, or perhaps if the ridge doesn't work, I'm going to get in trouble here. I guess if he's seeing the pilots behind him climbing in thermals, there's no reason for him being in front not to do the same.
Looks like there's a few climbs en route. If this one doesn't turn out to be very good.
Yeah, I don't see much reason to fly conservatively at the moment. There's really good climbs ahead. I have a question. What is Charlie Romeo Whiskey doing?
Yes.
It's a good question. Flying a bit slower than everyone else, evidently. But as to why he's gone out on that route to the north, I couldn't tell you. I'll just pull up the Twitch channel and see if there's any questions on there. So we have 43 people watching us on Twitch and 70 people watching us on YouTube. But I don't see any questions on Twitch, just the odd ones popping up on YouTube. It's really stressing out my tiny computer with 3 streams running in parallel. Geez, the viewers on Twitch have much better picture quality than we're getting. So I believe Josh is one of the only ones here already around the turn, and he's quite happy to be climbing at the same speed of everyone going into the turn.
Is he the only one that's turned so far, do we think?
I think Donat Pierre has turned as well. I see there's two gagglers now. So some of them have gone a little bit more on track up to, I think, the north there, while Fox 1 and a few others are a bit further to the south. And it looks like the ones who went to the north have a stronger climb.
To the north of taking a hell of a detour.
Yeah, I
imagine-
really don't think
Yeah.
that would be worth it.
No.
But that ridge that they guys who went around the turn and then went to the north, that is much better wind aligned than one Foxtrot 1 took. And I think that was the better choice. So these guys are going to try and climb up a bit here and then jump one ridge forwards. And then I think they'll run that big one into the next valley.
Sean Churchill on YouTube is asking, can we view the 2D view ourselves?
Not to my knowledge, but I don't work here.
And Remy Sioux, where can we get the tasks afterwards?
If you want the tasks for flying in Condor, I also do not know. The people who usually run this are all away tonight, so we're just the subs. Was Koei a substitute for another pilot? I believe that is the case. I'm trying to remember who. I think Tim Kuipers has been called away to fly an airliner somewhere or something. And I think Koei is his substitute pilot tonight. So both gaggles getting up to cloud base now. A few of them have already left. Can we have another look at the 2D view just to get a picture of which gliders are going north and south? Okay, so a lot of gliders converging on that thermal to the north now. I think that must have been a really strong climb. I'm trying to see where Foxtrot 1 has got to. Oh, there we go. He's pushing out almost directly on track. And he's quite high as well. So he's still in a strong position there. And look how much south those pilots who went north are coming now. So they really are having to jump over that ridge, push back into wind, catch up to Fox 1 again.
Got some good energy en route. He should be able to pull away, I'd have thought.
I think so. But he's probably going to be too high to really work the ridge there. I wonder whether it was wise to climb all the way up to cloud base when he could have got a bit more energy in the glide a little bit lower.
EKM, who's that?
EKM, Tim Madsen. What do we know about Tim?
Madsen. Where's he from? Must be a European chap.
I think he's Danish. I think I've encountered him in person, actually. He is a member of the Danish national youth team. And he's on Twitch, I believe. So we could actually watch him and see what he's got on the cockpit as well. So I might have a quick look and see if I can find him. It's particularly interesting at the end of the race when they're coming on final glide. And you can see whether their computers think they're on final glide or not.
Jorge Martinez. For two. Something like 20.
I can't find Tim Madsen, but I have found the pilot we were speaking about before from Norway with the excellent beard. He's streaming as AM Goitler on Twitch. So we can have a little bit of a look at his view from the cockpit as well, which is nice. Definitely looks a bit more scary from the cockpit rather than the silent wings or the Condor view that we see. So Ben Fest flying quite a bit slower than the others there, really just hanging back at 180 kph while those guys around are pushing more 200. He might be feeling a little bit nervous being a bit lower than everyone, which I think he's not so used to. Let's have a look at Yankee Zulu Romeo, because he looks like he's going direct, whereas all the others deviated well south down to catch that ridge. So I think he's actually pulled a bit of time on these guys here. I think he was a bit behind them all before, and by going direct, because they're a little bit too high to contact that ridge, he's able to catch up with the gaggle.
You've been corrected. Tim is not a youth pilot. He might be in their team, their national team, maybe.
He was a member of the Danish national youth team.
Okay.
He is currently a 50-year-old math and physics teacher. He's been flying Condor for 9 years and attended a lot of competitions like the Sky Battle, Condor World Cup, and Euro Battle, which he is the host. But he's got no real life flying experience in the mountains. All of his mountain flying experience is Condor, which I think actually could be an advantage because I think Condor doesn't behave quite like reality sometimes. And pilots who've actually flown in the mountains get ideas that do not actually work in Condor. Ben Pest getting quite low down to the right there. I wonder what he's thinking down there. I think I much prefer the picture from these gliders on the left than the picture from Ben Fest at the moment. They've got the wind coming up on the left of this hill here, and Ben's going to be pushing over the back of it. So Jerome once again low, just always pushing down to the ridges. But I think this is the right strategy, actually, just with this wind alignment and the topography ahead we're seeing. I think I'd like to be on the ridges as well.
You got a couple of jumps to make though, but certainly in good energy at the moment. Good air.
I think he can turn to the right actually from there, and he's got a fairly well aligned ridge. Can we go back to the 2D view? I'd like to see where Fox 1 is heading. So Fox 1. Yeah,
So it
see,
looks
I
to
would
me
have
that
thought
you'd go more direct. There's a nice little ridge line there. So why is it going right at track? You'd want to be on track for that last section towards the turn point, I'd have thought.
I would have thought so as well, yes.
But they're
But
all
maybe he might be looking for a cumulus, and then if you
And then
do
from-
run that ridge line, you're not going to have enough height to get around the turn and contact anything really good again. So it might well be the right decision to switch back to thermals at this point. And it looks like that's what he's doing if you see that big cloud on the ridge up there.
Yeah.
I wonder if that cloud might be decaying though, and if he gets the climb and everyone else pulls into something weaker, that could be quite a jump for him. There's the pull up.
Tim Madson's caught him up a little bit. Are they pulling away from the pack? A little bit.
Eco Uniform Sierra quite a bit lower there and still pushing hard. They're all going to try and pull into this climb under Fox 1. Look at Yankee Zulu Romeo. He's really got the jump with going that direct rather than trying to work the ridges. So I think we may have really been wrong on this advice that they follow the ridges. It seems like going direct and just trying to catch the thermals is really going to work. Is it going to be the same strength thermal for the guys down below as they're getting up top? Josh Mayers is already left on glide. And Tango Kilo Mike has somehow had a really nice run
Yeah, he caught up a lot.
without taking a climb back there. Is there some wave influence we've missed here, or how has he done that?
Physics and maths, he is the teacher. That was him, wasn't it? Tim McKeel struck.
Yes, I think so. His keen understanding of physics and hydraulic jumps maybe is delivered here.
That's it. Looks like he might be stopping for a climb.
And Jerome, despite pushing a bit lower than everyone else the entire day, has still not come to grief. He didn't come to grief all day yesterday either.
Yeah, oh, so TCAM, you can see the track he's taken. It's taken a much more than.
And it's really worked for him, hasn't it?
Yeah.
So I wonder if it's just the going direct or if he thinks there's some kind of wave effect there. I really couldn't tell you.
Yeah, the other guys did quite a lot of deviating. You can see the traces on the eastern side. There's some big deviations, and it doesn't look like they were actually stopping for a climb, so it might not have been worth it.
But I don't see TKM having taken a climb on this leg. How did he get so high? How did he do that glide without taking a climb?
Unless he picked a nice climb beforehand and got really high.
Maybe that was it.
Well, we missed that one. But he's caught up F1. He gets a.
And Jerome missed the climb. Or maybe he intentionally flew through it.
Oh, he intentionally missed it. He's a hero.
He really has no fear.
Oh, he's great.
He's really got full commitment to everything. He landed at Montluçon one day and jettisoned the canopy on his LS8, because if you pull a little bit too hard when you open it, you jettison the whole thing. So you can really tell he applies full focus to everything.
So after this turn, they're turning right now after this, aren't they?
That's right. It's quite a hard turn right, and there's a little bit of stepping stone work to get back up into the mountains again. And it's a really stepping up all the way to the turn. The next turn is in the Barcelonette Valley, which has some really quite tall mountains there. I think over 2,500 meters.
It's an interesting task. They've not really made it for the ridge soarers, have they? It's kind of lots of jumps if they are using ridges. It's not as their feel.
I think it is quite hard to stitch together on the ridge, but I think the thermal conditions are just a little bit too strong to make it an obvious choice one way or another. So Bernard Pierre is maybe not having such a great day today. He's not quite as far to the front as he's been the last couple of days. He's flying quite slow, 170 kph. to excuse me just for 2 minutes. I'm going to go check my washing out of the washing machine and put it in the tumble dryer.
Make sure you get those socks cleaned, Matt. So how far behind is the guy behind F1 now? Is anyone on him? Is he sticking with it? Was it? I can't remember which one it was. I think it was TKM, wasn't it? Is he coming into the turn as we speak? No, he stayed in that climb quite a lot longer, but I don't think that really helped him. We go to the 2D view. I would like to see what everyone's doing. Oh. Again, there's some deviations there. A lot of people going north of track. The V1, there's a bit of a gaggle there climbing, but they're getting blown away from the turn point. Might have been worth pushing for the turn early, the tailwind to help them on the next leg. I think they're going to lose some ground there. JJJ still pushing hard.
All right, and I'm back. Maybe we can have another look at the 2D view and see where pilots are heading out of this turn. So we had Foxtrot 1 going directly on track. A lot of riders, are they heading? Oh, so sorry, that large gaggle is still heading into the turn. It's quite a lot of people up to turn behind.
I was just saying before that a lot of that gaggle were climbing. See where Mike Yankee Romeo K something E is. Each turn they take, they're getting blown away from the turn point. Might have been better just being a bit more aggressive there. Come straight for the turn and pick up a climb on the way out, take the tailwind.
That's a good point. If they're going to be drifting downwind anyway.
Yeah.
There's a lot of background noise there now, Chris.
Oh, sorry.
So looking on this next track, if we could have a look at the view out of Ben Fox, Bravo Fox, going to have a look at. He's still going into the turn, I think. Can we have a look at the view from Fox 1 and see what he's looking at? Okay, so it's quite a long glide he's got ahead of him to that next cumulus, and he's going quite slowly considering the tailwind. And not really some obvious terrain choices.
Yeah, I think the wind is right directly behind him. Is that right, or is it a bit of an angle?
I think it is quite a tailwind, almost direct tailwind at this point.
So none of those ridges will be working that well looking ahead. So I don't think you might find some gullies that will be kicking something off. Not sure how realistic it is.
I think he's just going to be going direct for that cumulus a long way ahead, which is really
Yeah.
quite a long glide.
It is, but is he going to meet the terrain before he meets the queue? It should be okay.
I think he's going to get there okay.
Yeah. There looks to be a nice ridgeline behind that one.
Still going to get yourself out to the French Alps next year, are you, Chris?
I hope so.
Taking the DG or the Arcus?
Oh, we've told the DJ. So yeah, it would have to be the Arcus. What a shame.
Why have you gone and got rid of your DG?
Oh, long story. I'll tell you off. But
Best not on a stream recorded for posterity.
yeah, but it was a choice between keeping the DG or keeping the Arcus.
That is a tough choice.
Yeah, tough choice.
So we see those gliders climbing quite nicely there. That looks like a very strong climb. We'll see Bravo Fox pulling into it now and get an idea what it is. They're almost already a cloud base, and Fox 1 is still pushing on. He's confident this is going to work. Hopefully he doesn't miss the cycle here. He's been flying so well, I think he deserves to be rewarded. What happened to our Declan special? Where did Zulu Romeo end up around the turn? Because he was just behind Foxtrot 1 at one point there.
Right, Nobby, where are you? Where is he?
He's not looking in such a great position now. So how has he lost so much
Very.
time on those guys?
Yeah, he did catch up. Yeah.
And Juliet is somehow lost a lot of time as well, really quite low there. So I think there must have been quite a strong climb that Gaggle Bravo Fox 269 got that those guys have missed. Mike X-Ray passed up the climb, or he already climbed and is left, and is cruising quite quickly. Clearly confident he's going to catch that climb that Fox 1 is going for, I think. And I think they will be catching up to him, because look at Fox 1, he's only been cruising 180 kph, that's with the tailwind. If he's cruising that slow when they're climbing 2-3 meters a second, he's slowly going to lose his lead there, I think.
Yeah.
It's a tough decision when you're ahead and by yourself. If you push too hard, you might end up screwing it up.
Well, he looks like he might be in that position now. He's about to go over the back of a ridge that probably going to be
So I guess he missed the cycle on that climb, didn't he? Which, yeah, he could be in quite a bit of trouble if this ridged peak doesn't work. But look, he does have that sort of S-shaped sneaking ridge just off to the south and right of track. So if I was planning my flight, I would have been planning to deviate south out of this turn and work that ridge going north.
Yeah.
But, evidently they've got some different ideas. That's why I'm not flying and these guys are, I guess.
Well, you just put him to shame.
I'll save it for next year.
Yeah, you can see that ridge you mentioned off to the right there. It does look quite good.
But it's not really well aligned with this wind. But I would have still thought sunny ridge would be working nicely.
Yeah. Looks like that cumulus is dying to me. That first one. Be interesting to see what Fox 1's doing now, because he was in the weeds.
Yeah, can we have a look at Fox 1, please?
Are we still in the weeds? Is he pushing?
This is going to be a really critical moment for him, I think.
Yeah.
I've noticed paraglider pilots love this stuff, though. They're always pushing, always low. They usually get away with it.
I think
he's not really slowing up. He's still going 100 knots.
He's hoping to climb up on the front face of that big ridge, I think.
It's a big risk, I think. I don't think it's that well aligned with the wind.
No.
But that looks like there might be a shadow there. Maybe there's a queue above we can't quite see. Ah, yes, there we go.
Or has he already passed that one?
I think it's just coming up. But if he misses this, he's really in trouble.
Well, he's pulling up into it. If this is a big climb, this is exactly what he needs. And he's turned the wrong way. Or has he? Might be a good one if he centers in it. But in the meantime, who's the guy chasing? Was that Alpha Mike?
Mike X-Ray. He's just seen him climb, I think, and he's going to make a beeline for him.
There he goes. flying a bit quicker.
The whole gaggle's going to converge on them now. I mean, it's the only option on track, isn't it?
Yeah.
If that climb were to die before the others get there, that'd really be a winning move for Fox One.
What's that? 269.
That's very interesting. This is the first time I've really seen a very different independent track from 269. He's always preferred to play the tactical game up till now, and now we're seeing a real change in that strategy. So he must really think he's onto something. I wonder if he thinks this wind-aligned ridge here is really going to pump.
Oh, I want to see him pull up straight over the top of this.
Look how fast he's going into it. He's confident.
Yeah. Jeez.
He's a local pilot, so he knows this terrain well. He'll really know what's going on here. He'll know that it works or it doesn't work and in what conditions. I'm not seeing a big reward here yet, though. Ah, here it comes. There we go. The endless pull-up. But is it going to be worth the deviation?
Oh, he's going to top
There.
up longer. Oh no, maybe not.
I think he's seen Fox One climbing ahead now and has realised his move might have been the right move if not for the fact Fox One has pulled a strong climb. And these other guys took that spine going to the north, not the spine I would have gone for. I would have preferred the spine a little bit further south the track. It seems to have worked okay for them. They're not super high, but I think it's got them a little bit of speed, and they've now got these two windward ridges they can do a little bit of work on. This is where Juliet is approaching, and then onto 269's ridge.
Some pretty intimidating terrain right there.
Yeah.
I've
But
not
I think
seen
they've got to be looking at Fox One thinking they've made a mistake because Fox One is climbing well.
Yeah, that's a really nice climb.
It's
I
all
think-
paid off for him.
Yeah, I think he was worried for a minute there.
It's really impressive how he's flying. The confidence to be pushing out and leading ahead like that. And yeah, Donat Pierre coming to join the bottom, really not being rewarded for trying his own thing. And what's happening with Tango Sierra? That could be too low to a... I think he'll get there. He'll get there. It's going to be low, but he's still high enough to clear that ridge that the thermal's coming off. And Yankee Zulu Romeo, who Declan's favourite, he really was flying so well, and yet again he's fallen even further behind. So I'm not sure what's happened to him. It looks like maybe these lower gliders aren't getting quite the same climb as the ones ahead. Where is Jerome now? He's again pushing on low on those ridges, still hasn't got in trouble. Is he just coming into that climb as well now? I've sort of lost perspective on where he is. Oh wow, look where that surely cannot be the right decision. Did he arrive there so low that that was necessary? I don't know what's going on.
Jeez.
I don't think the ridge lift can be stronger along the length of it than stopping to circle. He's only getting 1.52 meters a second on that ridge, whereas those guys in the thermal are getting 2.5 to 3. So he must have been desperate.
Yeah, at least he's heading back towards the pack now.
You got to wonder though, why does he hate thermaling so much? Maybe he's playing with a keyboard or something. I've only ever played Condor with a keyboard and not with a joystick, and I can tell you it's a lot easier just to follow the ridges with the keyboard.
I reckon he's on. He's got a VR headset and he just gets dizzy.
I think you might be onto something there.
Yeah,
Fox One really milking this climb. Look at it. Still 4 meters a second. There are
nice.
cloud flying penalties in this game, I think, so we better get out of there soon. So you can see how high the topography gets up here in the Barcelonette Valley. So he really has to get high to get over these ridges comfortably. But even if you arrive low, I think they're wind aligned enough that you should be able to slope soar up and over the top.
Yeah. Have you flown
Maybe
any
this is
before, Matt?
flown here. I think I've only been to the Barcelonette Valley once. It's quite a scary place.
Have you done any virtual reality flying as well? Is what I mean. So with
Not in Condor, no. I've played a few like spaceship video games and things like that, but it's really good fun. I can tell you that.
It's mad.
I remember playing with a very early virtual reality headset, and you walked around, and then the floor fell away below you, and you were standing on like a little tiny plank around just a huge void or a large distance to the ground below you. And I'm quite scared of heights, which you might not believe given my gliding, but and I got scared with just the VR headset. It was really a revelation as to the future of computing and how powerful VR would be, that you could actually get physically scared from playing a computer game. Everyone's pulling into this climb now. But that cloud is really looking weak. I wonder if the guys have got a strong climb as Fox One did.
That Kilo Hotel. Can we see what he's climbing at the bottom?
Not so good. I don't think that's the same as Fox One had.
Okay. Yeah. Don't think it's quite in the middle of it yet.
But remember, we saw before that everyone was really quite spread out. There was a few different strategies going on, and now we're seeing everyone really in one climb.
Triple J is entertaining us as usual. He is getting dumped. He needs a climb.
So I think the wave systems will be well in force as they head towards Barcelonette. I think the Barcelonette Valley is quite well aligned with the wind. The mountains are high enough that there'll really be in the stronger wind there. Yeah, you can see he's getting smashed by the wave there. I think I saw briefly 20 meters a second down. But hopefully he's going to hit the lift soon as well.
Up he goes. Whoa, he's... I guess... Yeah.
Look at that lit Fox One is pulling up in now, so I reckon he's contacted the wave. I take that back, he's under a cloud.
You look in the 2D view again, it looks like all the walls are turned. My left side's sort of pretty much on track. Really dive towards that for a good climb on the ridge.
But you see that big ridge they have to cross ahead, that's 2,500 meters they have to clear, and the cloud base, I mean, they're only getting to 2,500 meters.
Oh, this will be exciting.
It could be a real filter for the guys that are just a little bit low if they don't get over that ridge. I think we're witnessing Juliet make his first real error from his aggressive flying in at least 2 days now. Every time he's got away with it, but this time he's come undone.
Yeah.
Fox One looks like he's got this chord comfortably, but maybe TKM doesn't. He seems to have fallen away a bit here. You remember TKM was really with Fox in that last climb going to the previous turn point. And now I think Fox One is 500 meters higher.
The guys on the YouTube comments don't think that there's going to be any decent wave, and I tend to agree with them. I think it's quite lightweight. Don't know what Condor's like.
So I think they can set the wave strength or something as one of the settings when they set it up. And I saw in the weather briefing at least it had been set to moderate. I really don't know how it works with relation to the wind as to whether with the light winds and the setting on moderate, whether it makes the wave work well or not.
Bravo Fox has pulled forward a bit. He's now
Yep, he's flown remarkably consistently yet again, kept out of trouble. And I imagine he's just waiting for Fox One to make a mistake. But Fox One's
so
just taking a little bit slow and keeping out of trouble and keeping his lead ahead. I mean, we're more than halfway through the race now.
Just want to see how Ben Fast has caught up. Has he done a different track, or has he just flown it a little bit better?
Not sure. I think it's just because of the cruise speed. So Fox One is a bit nervous ahead. He's flying a little bit slower. And the guys behind are flying better McCready theory, which is helping them catch up. They can see how strong his climb is before they get there, so they know if they can cruise fast or slow. But here could be the really good filter, because I think Bravo Fox is a little bit lower than Fox One. Yeah, he is more than 100 meters lower and behind. So Fox One might just be able to slip over this ridge without too much ridge soaring. And anyone who approaches it lower could do some real hard work before they get over it.
Has Fox One made it to the ridge yet? Oh, that is the. No, that's
Could we have a look at Fox One and his approach to the ridge? Oh, so he might be feeling a bit uncomfortable here. He's arriving a bit low. Those ridges should be working, but maybe not very strongly. We saw what happened to Juliet when he arrived a bit below. It was a long climb to get back up again. But look how hard he's pushing. He can't be too scared. I think he's got a plan here.
I think he's going to get to that face, turn right, and climb up the best bit.
He must have a plan.
Who's this? This is what we like to see. Mike X-Ray.
Yeah. He's on it. But I think this is what I was talking about. They're having to hit the ridge because they arrived a little bit too low. And it's not working that well.
No. This is a problem. He might not even make it up that time. This isn't working either, really.
Yeah, maybe the wave's dumping, or I really don't know. Is it just not that well aligned to the wind? Can we have just a quick look at the 2D to see how this ridge aligns with the wind? So it's a little bit off. The wind is, I think, 240 degrees. So that should be kind of working. I think they're just going to try and flop through that pass and deal with it later.
Yeah.
Let's go back to Bravo Fox again and see if he gets through the pass.
Oh, is he going to dump right here? Go on.
I think he's going to jump through. Come on, let's do it.
Oh, no, he's not going to. He looks like he doesn't have much speed on him. Would have been a bit of a risk.
Whiskey Romeo Whiskey's caught up. He's getting a nice pull up here, so maybe he's actually just trying to work the ridge for a little bit and maybe even find a climb coming off it. Whiskey Romeo Whiskey went through the pass. Look at him go.
Oh, he's gone for it. Yes, that's what we wanted to see.
What a hero.
And down he goes.
But he could be looking for the wave. So I've seen pilots do this in Condor before, where they fly straight off the back of the ridge and they know just the fixed distance behind. I think it's got quite a simple wave model, and pilots who fly it a lot really understand where it's going to be.
Now, is Mike X-Ray just going to do a dirty dive off the back? I hope so. I think he's gearing himself. Yes, here he goes. Nice.
And
Oh,
dumped.
jeez.
Fox 1 might have altitude to that cumulus. He's not going to the turn. I think he's going to try and cross the valley first.
Interesting.
I think if he goes around the turn, he's really in a bit of trouble as to where he gets his next climb from.
Is this high ground up in front of him? Is that into wind or is there a queue over there? Reach.
I think it is into wind, but not perfectly, maybe 20 or 30 degrees off.
What was the
I missed that. Say that again, please.
distance?
It's still just getting clipped off there.
What's the task distance?
I think it's 330 kilometers, so we're more than halfway through. And really, if they get up high here, like up to 3,000 meters, they're going to start thinking about the end of the race already.
Mm-hmm.
They've got to get to the Pic de Boer, they'll get a climb up to the top of the pic, and then they'll be on final glide.
Yeah. So F1, I don't think he found a climb, did he? He's just pushed for the turn, and be interesting to see where are they turning to next? Down that valley that you can see?
Well, I think if we just have a quick look at the 2D view, you'll see that there's a ridge a little bit downwind further to the north, which is not really a good ridge at a low altitude to work from. But
No.
I think that's the way they want to go.
Yeah, well, it looks like that whole kind of high ground is windward facing, so it's definitely the best place to be.
I think they're going to pull back onto that and try and worm their way up.
Yeah.
And then once they get up, you see there's quite a ridge poking forwards, that just where Alpha Mike is now. Once they can get over or around that, then they can basically work that ridge line all the way up to the next turn. So we might see a transition from thermal flying to ridge flying for a little while now.
Yeah,
It
I'd have
depends
thought
whether they can get up and get in contact.
Has JJJ dragged himself out of that hole?
Good question.
Where
He's
is
pushing hard. Definitely still no fear. So he's taken quite a different route. He's jumped into that valley early and from further ahead.
he? Might be able to do a bit of ridge soaring to catch up, but he's a lot lower than the other guys.
I think just the gradient of those next hills, if you're lower, it's not going to be a great experience.
No, you need a bit more wind.
So Tim Madsen, he was flying very well, remember? He was up just behind Fox 1, and it looks like he's managed to contact those high ridges. So is he well north coming into the turn point now? Can we have a quick look at the 2D?
Where are you? Okay.
Oh, no, he's not where I thought he was at all.
Yeah,
So quite interesting there. So he's trying to get up really high to glide into the turn point, which could prove to be a really good decision here. If he doesn't get dumped by the wave and he gets around that turn point cleanly and contacts those ridges behind, he might have a really clean turn while the others are struggling. Because look at the deviation those guys who've gone into the valley earlier have had to go for to get around the turn. What is JJ doing? He's going for it now.
He is motoring.
And he's got Fox 1 going the other way, which he's not going to be happy to see. So Fox 1 has not fallen back to those ridges, which I think would have been the safer decision, to just accept the 90-degree deviation for a couple of kilometers and try and climb up. He's pushing low and straight on track, which seems like a very high-risk maneuver with the lead he has. I think this is really going to be the decision point of the flight. The pilots who make the right decision here are going to win the day.
I think a lot of it depends how well these ridges are going to work.
So it looks like Bravo Fox could be thinking about falling back to the ridge. I think he's going quite a bit further north of track than Fox 1. But is it going to work? I think at the altitude he's going to hit it. The gradient on the ridge is still too shallow to really get good lift from.
Must say that's the route that I'd try and take. He's took it in tight. He's really
Quite
good.
dangerous to ridge slower at that kind of slope, though.
Yeah, and pointing right at the ridge like that. Can we go back to Bravo Foxtrot?
Oh,
Yeah,
that's not much speed and not much slope.
No, and he's not going up.
I think, like I was saying before, the slopes do look a lot flatter in Condor than they are in real life. So maybe you wouldn't tell your students off if they found themselves there in real life, even though it looks pretty ordinary from here.
So they're definitely finding some better air, but it's not exactly working that well. It'll be interesting if Bravo Fox 269 catches up Mike Romeo Whiskey. Oh, sorry, Whiskey Romeo Whiskey.
So you remember when Donat Pierre made that error by trying his own thing and lost a lot? He's now caught up to Bravo Fox again. He's just off Bravo Fox's tail again. And look at this, Fox 1 is actually making the ridge work.
Hey.
He got round the turn without falling back to the ridge, and he's getting good air along a track, basically straight to the turn, I think. Can we have a quick look at the 2D and see his track?
Yeah, that's good.
He's really made it work.
That's it.
Very impressed.
So the Kilo Hotel and Echo Uniform Sierra.
It's all over for them.
Yeah. And
They arrived too low at that big ridge to contact it, and now they're going to have to go all the way around.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
Declan's favourite Yankee Zulu Romeo is not having a good time either.
Oh, Nobby, come on, mate. Nobby hero. Nobby, you hero. Okada. Yeah, so this ridge does seem to be working well enough. It's,
Yeah, very much so. I think it's just the steeper gradient there, and that's all that was missing.
Absolutely. Be interesting to see if they're going to try and use it to climb or just use it for speed and push hard to the next climb. Because I think
if we have a quick look at the 2D with the whole track to the next leg, maybe we can see what they've got coming up ahead of them. My memory is there is a bit of a jump coming up.
Yeah. So do they? It's a tricky one. You're really going to want to take a climb by the end of that ridge line before the water.
I would think so too. But then it's one long glide across, even past Gap. So Gap is that city. Just first you got the water, and then a set of hills. Then there's the city of Gap there, and then beyond that you have some really beautiful ridges for thermals. So I think they're going to want to climb up just where Fox 1 is coming up to, and try and
Yeah.
glide all the way across. And that turn point is just near the Pic de Beur, and that's going to be the really good climb up to final glide. Look at the mess of tracks on this third leg, or was it the fourth leg
Yeah.
rather? That's really separated everyone out. Let's see how Fox 1 is doing. Has he found a thermal yet? So I think I just saw Kilo Hotel about to join below Fox 1, which shows how far off track they've had to come. Christian says a lot of pilots are flying with flat screen, but they're using head tracking, so they can look around even while they're using, as though they were using VR glasses.
Looks like there might be a climb on the way out. But I think it might be a bit north of track. Now this is the flying that JJJ loves. Here we go. He's
I
going to
just lost you briefly there when my headphones went flat. I'm back with you now.
Yeah, JJJ, this is his style of flying. He's going to catch up. He's going to be hooting with any of this.
He's definitely going into it a little bit lower than the others. But yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if he can gain a bit of ground here. I mean, he has to.
Yeah, he's got no other choice other than to be really aggressive right now. So where's TKM? Is he still going into that third turn?
I can't figure out from the picture where he is. It's very high. Maybe we can have a quick look at the 2D and see where he's got to.
Oh, he's
Okay, so he climbed up on that ridge there, and now he's going a bit more direct. So he's a bit higher than all the gliders ahead. Maybe he's going to get better air by being higher and actually be able to run them down. So that's the track that I would have taken at least, I think. Try and climb up a little bit there. Everyone else had to go around that knee.
Yeah, F1's deviating now, so he's probably found a cumulus over in that direction. I'd have thought it might be worth going a bit into wind to see if you can pick up a cumulus. You might just gain a few minute or so on the goes if you go a bit more into wind before you climb.
He's pushing quite hard now, so I think he's already thinking about the end of the race.
Yeah, some big climbs up ahead. There's some interesting noises from your mic.
What's that?
There's some interesting noises coming from your microphone. Hope you're not being
My
too
microphone.
rude. Yeah.
They're definitely working these ridges nicely here.
We have a see how if JJJ is catching them up. iPhone's there he is.
I think he has gained a bit of ground. He's definitely a specialist on this ridge soaring.
He's really digging his wingtip in. That's what we want to see. Mind that tree.
And Fox 1 has got across the valley. It looked like he threw a climb, but it did not work.
He's tiptoeing now. Is he expecting this ridge to work? I think so.
Yeah, it's a nice pull up. That it is not producing a climb. It might just be ridge lift.
And is he doing a full turn here?
Yeah,
Oh, this is
he's
brave.
committed. This is what happens when you arrive below the tops. You can really
Yeah.
get punished trying to climb away again. I don't think this is working for him. This is becoming an error now.
Yeah, he's wasting time.
But look how low the gliders behind are coming in.
Yeah, so he's still got
They're going to be
good-
coming in thinking, I wish I was high like he was.
Yeah. I think he's moved on now.
And even Bravo Fox is coming in much lower.
Yeah. Looks like another climb on track.
And look how fast they're pushing, 240 kph now. And JJ still behind and still pushing hard. I wonder if he's just going to try and ridge saw this mountain as well and forget about climbing for the rest of the race.
That was a big old deviation.
Yeah, but I think it was the right decision. They're going to have quite a upwind push to the
Yeah.
next turn point though.
I wonder if TKM is going to do something different. Because if I was
Yeah.
in this, you'd have to, really.
I mean, you could go south of track here and try and pick up some thermals on the much more direct route. It's probably 30 degrees less deviation.
Can we look at where he's pointing? Oh, that's good.
I think he's going to do it, isn't he?
Yeah, there's
mean, he-
climb back there.
He has to do something different though, because he's, I think, going to be looking at 0 points if he doesn't make a move somehow.
Yeah. Because if it does work out for him, he's going to gain a lot of time.
Yeah. They need to be climbing 15, 20% stronger on that deviation to make it worthwhile versus the direct route.
Go on, JJJ, here we go. So the other guys have made that climb work and F1 didn't, by the looks of things.
That is unusual, isn't it? He's been flying very conservatively.
I think I'd bet a lot of money that JJ can ignore that. He's not stopped.
Fox 1 has got to climb ahead and it looks very strong.
Jeez.
All the way up at Cloud Base now, so he's going to have one big glide across the valley, across Gap. And then, yeah, maybe one more thermal and he's home. So we're now looking at about 100 kilometers to run. The airfield is about 500, or the finish line is at 500 meters. So I think if you can get to, let's say, 2,500 meters at 70k out or so, I think they'll be looking at final glide.
Yeah. Yeah, TKM's gone for a direct route. This is what we wanted to see. Quite a long ride.
I think he's made the right decision.
Yeah.
I think at the straight route, even if he gets just 3 meters on track, it'll be better.
Looks like Whiskey Romeo Whiskey's caught F1. It's quite tight up in the front there. Don't know how he pulled that gap.
Who is Whiskey Romeo Whiskey? We have not talked about them at all on either day.
Witold Rozak. I'm sure I've said that completely wrong.
So he's from Poland. Yeah, how has he done that?
We have a look at the 2D.
44 years old. He's from Norfolk Gliding Club.
Oh, hey,
Yeah.
so he's done the same track. He might have just flown it a bit more aggressive. Maybe he's just
And he's
found.
won the Condor World Cup in 2018, and he's got a bronze and a silver as well.
I'm impressed how he's gained on that. That's going to be.
But how has he done it? I don't see any obvious difference.
Has TKM stopped for a climb now? No, he hasn't. He's still going.
I don't think it's going to be enough for TKM. And look how low the cloud base is where he is,
Yeah.
relatively.
He's slowed up a bit. Although he is going slightly into wind, I guess.
I think it's the safe decision to go a little bit slower, direct on track, and try and make the jump in one. The cloud base is really coming down across the valley, I think, and then assume it's going to go up again when they get on the mountains. Papa Pack 79 says Whiskey Romeo Whiskey is usually very good in the mountains. So maybe he's just done a little bit more efficient flying on the ridge back there, and it's really made the difference. JJ, what is he up to? I think he has pulled a little more distance, but I still don't think he's in a super favorable position. So is there any more ridge soaring coming up on this task? Maybe they can ridge soar their way into the Pictabura if they arrive quite high up, but I don't see much more happening. Whiskey Romeo Whiskey is pushing. He must be very confident. Actually, I think Josh is flying too slow here. They're expecting 2 or 3 meters ahead. You can see what they're going for. There's those nice cumulus ahead. I think Fox 1 is just taking it a little bit too easy.
Sorry, I just disappeared off to the little girl's room.
It's all right. I just kept talking to myself.
No one listens to us anyway. I don't know why we're talking. They've probably muted us and put someone on that knows what they're talking about.
I imagine so. Now let's see how many people are watching the stream now. We have 72 people on YouTube, and we have 56 people on Twitch. It does usually pick up right near the end. And I think a lot of people view this later, actually. I saw there was several hundred, almost 1,000 views on the previous day's videos.
I'm not sure if we can help, but on the YouTube chat, they're wondering what the password is for the H4. You're saying it's incorrect?
It's a good question. I will have a look in the other chat, but yeah, I'm not sure. Yeah, so there is another race for the general soaring public. I think they have more than 400 people racing. I think you can race in your own time and submit a trace or something. I don't think you have to do it on the official one. I haven't quite been
Yeah.
following.
Sounds about right.
So Whiskey Romeo Whiskey and Fox One have just crossed that first ridge. I would have expected they'd be looking for a climb on that, but I'm not seeing any hesitation whatsoever. There is a couple of relatively low ridges leading into the pick there where they might be able to ridge soar a bit while they look for that good climb.
It looks like TKM has really actually pulled quite a lot. He's still slightly above Fox One. I know he's a little bit behind, but he's gained a lot there.
I think you're quite right. He has brought himself back into the game. At the moment, he's now in a point scoring position again.
Yeah.
And look, Yankee Zulu Romeo is, I just realized how low he is. Yeah, I was going to say he's really caught up again, but he's very low. Look at the different track Juliet has taken, and I think he's gotten a bit better air as a result and done a bit more catching up yet again.
And
I
he's
really
up there.
don't.
He's one of the highest now as well.
I don't
Although
know
it's-
what Alpha Mike and Mike X-Ray are looking at. Maybe there's a nice queue out there, or not quite sure what they're up to.
Yeah, they're just going a bit too far downwind for my liking.
Can we have a look at Whiskey Romeo Whiskey or Bravo Fox? So you can see that little ridge I was talking about in the lead up there. So
Yeah.
I think they're just going to try and get good air along there while they wait for the strong climb to get them more or less up on the glide. They're now about 80 kilometers from home, so a climb to 3,000 meters here would be a comfortable ride, I think.
In slightly different bits of the thermal. Who's going to be in the core? Looks like F1.
Looks like Fox One's got it.
Yeah.
That could be the difference between first and second, just the centering of that thermal.
And here comes the gaggle. A few more guys joining it. Whiskey Romeo Whiskey.
He's got a chord now. TKM coming in.
Yeah,
I
it's a bit
think
low.
at the moment we're looking at first, second, and third. I don't see much of how these guys can differentiate themselves really from here.
Yeah.
But Fox One is still hanging around when I think if it's weakening off, he should have left. So it could be a real photo finish coming up.
That's...
We have three distinct gaggles forming here. We have, it looks like Bravo Fox is actually let out now. And we have Mike X-Ray and Alpha Mike, who went a bit more north. And then Yankee Zulu Romeo and someone else, I think Kilo, maybe Tango Sierra underneath him, climbing away.
Can we zoom in on Fox One? See, let's see if he's chasing or is he in the lead? He's certainly higher. Aggressive as ever. I love it. So where's the other guy? Bravo. Bravo.
I didn't quite catch you there, Chris, but it looks like Fox One's going to try and ridge saw this, and maybe he's on glide, or maybe they're still going to look for another climb.
Yeah, there's a bit of shadow there, so I wonder if he's coming under. Yeah.
There's really good energy there, isn't there? Look at that pull up.
Can we have a look at who's behind Fox One? Is anyone on his tail?
There's the whole gaggle down below there. He's
And
still
Whiskey
definitely ahead, but look how much Whiskey Romeo Whiskey is pushing.
Yeah.
I always think it's a mistake to do this floating up big pull-ups when you're coming up to final glide. It's not so efficient.
So he's certainly pushing a bit harder. He tucked in a bit closer to the ridge. He's a bit lower though. I don't think it worked out quite as well for him.
No. He's not pushing super hard yet again. He's just sort of floated along out the front the whole day. I'm surprised that he hasn't been punished too much for it yet. The other guy's flying faster behind.
Can we see what the difference is in height there? Oh, Whiskey Romeo Whiskey's taken a more aggressive turn point there. He might have gained a bit.
Is he thermaling actually? Well, what is going on now? I do not understand. Is Whiskey Romeo Whiskey going back to the Pic de Bird?
I reckon he was a bit indecisive there.
Is there a cumulus he was thinking? I think he's heading out to a different cumulus. Oh, no, I think you're quite right. He was just thinking about going one way and then changed his mind back.
Yeah, he's lost out there. More house stricken.
Just losing you there a bit, Chris.
Chap on YouTube asking why yesterday's results aren't complete.
I think there's some problems with the scoring script, but again, I don't work here. They're just the ring-ins they found stupid enough to do the commentary.
Have you done any Grand Prix stuff, Matt, in your career?
Only at E-Glide, which is not really a Grand Prix, and that it's elapsed time rather than Grand Prix. So if you go 1 second behind, you get much less penalised than you do in an actual Grand Prix.
Yes.
Which I think is actually a better solution. I'm not a fan of the Grand Prix scoring system, but each their own. I can see the reasons people like it. It looks like they might try and climb here one more time, I think. They're not quite on final glide from this position, don't they?
We can't see what their final guide computers are saying right now. Any of these guys live streaming that we can see?
I don't think Fox One, Whiskey Romeo Whiskey, or 269 live streaming, so it's going to be hard to tell. TKM, would they maybe live streaming? That looks like a really strong climb, Juliet. Juliet's picked up behind. Maybe even 3 meters a second. Oh, he's falling out of it a bit now. But if the guys ahead don't get a strong one, he could really get a jump here. The guys ahead might get a little bit too comfortable.
He might be on final glide now.
I would have thought they're still just a little bit too low. So let's have a look. The task distance is 331 kilometers, I think. Check that. 333 kilometers. And if we just change to Fox 1, let's see how far he is from home. Can we have a look at the view from Fox 1? Fox 1 is...
He's got 50k to go, something like that, is he?
Yeah, and is 1,500 meters. So that could well be final glide with a little bit of energy. I'm not sure if he's going to get in pushing 220 all the way. I
So
think
there's
the
a
performance
minimum finish height, or is it finishing on the
500 meters is the finish height. But the performance of these gliders, I think, is quite a bit better in Condor than reality. I think the knee in the Polar isn't modeled well. Apparently, they're only flying at 48 kilos a square meter or something, the same as the real pilots.
Yeah.
But I'm pretty sure they would not be flying this fast, this far out. But, I mean, they seem to be getting an okay glide now, so I think you are correct. They are, in fact, on final glide.
Yeah, TKM's well back now. He was up in the running earlier on in the race.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure where I think it was on that third leg going to the northeast. He made a couple of routing errors that's really cost him.
I think he was too low on that mountain to jump straight over the back. He had to climb up in weak lift before he jumped across.
Has Bravo Fox taken a different route up here? Yeah, so he's definitely making a play now. We've seen the last couple of days, perhaps he hasn't handled the final glide as well as some of the other gliders. He got pipped on both days, I think. But here is really doing something different, so he could be rewarded. 269 just behind him. So I think Fox 1 has definitely got it from here. He's higher and in front. His position is not really in contention. What we're going to be looking at is whether Bravo Fox can pip Whiskey Romeo Whiskey or whether 269 can catch either of the two ahead of him. Maybe Bravo Fox gets a little bit better air going over the ridge on the right, but I mean, I would have thought the ridge on the left would actually be the one that delivers the better lift with a light southwesterly. Oh, but look, the cumulus there.
Well, it's a
Might
little
be
bit
really-
higher.
It's hard to really capitalize on the lift from the cumulus though if you can't slow up though. If he slows up, he'll just be too slow.
Yeah.
And they're all so high now. They're really definitely on final glide. None of them have really gone for the big push yet.
Yeah, it looks like Bravo Fox might be a little bit higher than Fox 1, or is it just a perspective?
Let's have a look at the 2D view. He's quite a way behind, isn't he?
He is. He's got another 100 meters on him there.
2 kilometers behind, 100 meters higher.
Might be
I
quite.
don't know about that.
It might be a closer finish than what we think.
269 is making his move, but
Yes,
he's below Bravo Fox. I think he's just pushing harder. But it does look to me like they're all flying a little bit too slow.
I think Fox 1 doesn't really need to do much now, and if anyone else starts pushing, then he just pushes hard and hits them to the line. We compare the front runners now to see what speed they're doing. So he's doing 211, 212. We see what the other guys are.
Let's have a look at Whiskey Romeo Whiskey. And maybe at Bravo Fox.
Yeah, so they're both running a bit quicker, only a little bit quicker.
Not quick enough.
No.
I think they're probably all pretty content with their positions just at the moment. Oh, but Bernard Pierre is really pushing noticeably harder than the others.
Mm.
He might have actually slipped in front of Bravo Fox now.
Might be sneaking through without them noticing.
Mm, 269 is definitely going for it. Can he outwit Bravo Fox yet again, just on the final glide?
Yeah, should be in the bag for Fox 1. Although, is that ridge in the way?
I think that'll be okay.
He's put a bit more speed on now. Two 269's pushing pretty hard. He's a bit lower. Is that finish line behind the ridge or is it before? I can't quite tell. I think it's behind the ridge, isn't it?
I think so. Let me have a quick look at the route.
Yeah, so there's a bit
They've
of a
got to
ridge.
get over the ridge at Sister on there. I think they can fly through the pass.
Yeah.
Yes, there is a pass just at Sisteron, but I think they're all going to be just high enough to slip over the top. So I think that's why they're not pushing even harder, as they
Yeah.
want to be slow enough to get a clean pass through there. But I wonder if one of them had, maybe that's why Bravo Fox is going a bit further to the west, actually, is because he's got a lower ridge to potentially get over. Can afford to push a little bit harder as a result.
Yeah, he is pushing a little bit harder, it seems. But Whiskey Romeo Whiskey looks a bit low. So does 269. He's not going to make that, I don't think. That's going to be close. I think Whiskey Romeo Whiskey is going round now. And Fox
That
One
could
jumping
really
straight over the top.
mess things up. But I mean, look how much speed he's got on here. So he's effortlessly going to pass through that.
He's got it in the bag. That was well flown on that last section.
The whole day he's been leading the pack. Hasn't used anyone else. He's playing very
He's judged that nicely,
conservatively.
but he is in a lower sprint.
He's
So,
really very justly been rewarded.
Can we go back to Fox One? Because he was getting dumped behind that ridge. It'd be interesting to see if he's done okay out of it. Yeah. All right. Yeah, so he's had to go around, and it's a bit more of a deviation.
Has that lost him a place, I wonder?
Yeah, that goes to show how well Fox One did there. That was really nicely done over there.
And 269 maybe a little bit low here. I don't think he's going to catch Bravo Fox today. Bravo Fox
Nope.
has definitely pulled some energy on him. Maybe Bravo Fox is going to contend with Whiskey Romeo Whiskey.
Yeah, I was just thinking the same. But he's wisely going off to the left there.
I think there'll be a little bit of
Right.
ridge lift there.
Maybe, but he's still going down.
I think they could really be pushing harder though. They've got 12 kilometers to go or so and still 500 meters left. And they're doing almost VNE already. And Fox One still no interest in pushing, just taking it easy the whole time.
So he's got a
Mm.
good 450
He does-
meters.
He doesn't need to take any risk. And Donald Pierre is maybe having to slow up to make the finish now.
Yeah.
And Bravo Fox will not be able to catch Whiskey Romeo Whiskey. So I think we're
Nope.
watching 1, 2, 3, 4. We have a quick look at who's coming behind. EKM flying nicely behind. And maybe a quick look at the 2D to see where everyone else is. Yeah, it's a very orderly procession coming in.
Yeah. Here he is.
Unfortunately, they put all the sponsor stuff over at the finish, so we can't see whether they bust the finish, but I think he's going to be just all right.
Yeah, he had 160 meters a second ago, I think. There.
That's it. Masterfully flown. I think
Yeah.
they do have to make a safe landing, though, so there's still an opportunity to stuff up. Oh, sorry, that's only the checkpoint. There's still the final. That's
Oh, okay.
the airfield is just a bit further.
So they had to go 500 meters through that point and then land at the airfield a bit further away.
The airfield is the finish line, and then they have to make a safe landing on the airfield, even from a 50-meter finish height.
Winner, winner, chicken dinner. We think.
Really excellent flying. Pure independent flying, all by himself. Hard work the whole day. No mistakes. And there's Pierre. So it's going to mix up the scores a little bit. I think, how's Fox 1 been doing overall up until today? I think the scoring is still getting worked out, so it doesn't really make a lot of sense just at the moment.
How many more days have they got left?
I think it finishes on Saturday.
Yeah.
So I'm going to be out of flying home Wednesday and Thursday. I'm sure your advice would be welcome if you want to step in and do a bit more commentating the next couple of days. I think we might have Mark Dravner back tomorrow and maybe Thursday, and I think Antoine will be back from Thursday, Friday, Saturday. So we should have a nice mix of people around. I've been trying to bully Ben Hughes and Alex O'Keefe into doing some work as well.
Ah, yes.
Is Mike X-ray a bit low? It looks a bit low and slow to me.
Where's
Upper Mike
JJJ
looks a
in
bit
the
slow
net?
too.
It looked
That's a
like
good
JJJ.
question.
There he is.
Yeah. It's hard to feel sorry for him because he's been pushing so hard, and it was inevitable that it was going to come undone at some point. But I really respect his style of flying nonetheless. Someone's got to give it a crack.
So have we seen any difference between the Ventus 3s and the JS 3s in this flight?
I really don't know. My inclination is just from having a very quick look at the polars and everything that at the same weight, the Ventus 3 should be better still. I don't know if that's been evident in the results. What was the average speed? That is a good question. I think they will have done about 140 kph, which is again very similar to the winners in the real world.
What did you say, 140 kph?
I think so, yes.
Yeah.
You got any more questions on Twitch? No, I don't think so. And I think that's basically it. Let's have a look at who else is still trickling in. Just on the 2D. What happened to RST? Have they made a safe outlanding there, or are they still struggling away? I think they're still struggling away way back there.
Yeah, he's climbing up 2,700 meters, I think.
This task has really caused some people to come unstuck. I think on the previous days, everyone came in much closer together. But there was some real challenges on this task. I think it was not so easy, and you can really see the different approaches people took on those middle legs.
Yeah, it's that northeastern leg that really split things up.
Well, I think we've got just about all of the podium finishes now are about to come in now. So I think we might leave it there for the night. I'm going to get an early night flight tomorrow. Thank you
Sounds
very
good.
much for coming on and joining tonight, Chris. It's been great to have you here.
Thanks for having me.
You've had some great insights, and I think we even heard briefly from Deck as well.
He was in bed about half an hour ago, bless him.
How many beers further deep?
That's it. I think he stumbled back to his bed.
Fair enough. All right. Well, I'm going to leave it there. Thank you, everyone, for listening, and I hope you'll tune in the future days.
Cool. Cheers, guys. See you later.
Hello, everybody. I'm joining you from the French live streaming with extremely exciting race today. We will soon have Rosak with us in interview with I hope with his camera, so we will see him if he's tired or not. We're now seeing Nobuhiro Okada, the Japanese pilot, who is finishing his beautiful task. I hope that we will have Josh Meyers too in interview right after little Rosak. And we are now seeing Johnny Haddad, Victor One, finishing the race too. It was a beautiful race with some flatlands at the beginning of the race with not that much options for the pilots to make the difference. But right after turn point 3, the mountains became higher and higher, and that's when pilots made the difference by choosing different options, different ridges, different way of climbing, different ways of flying these beautiful gliders in the Condor Soaring Simulator. I'm now waiting for Wiltold to come with us. If you have any questions in the comments on YouTube, you can ask them to Witold, Rosak, and I hope to the potential winner of this day who are waiting for the penalties. We are now seeing Santiago Lopez. And we have now with us Witold Rosak. And with the cam.
Can you hear me?
And with the cam. Do I have the right pronunciation? Is it Witold?
Can you hear me?
And with the cam. Do I have the right pronunciation?
Can you hear me?
And with the cam. Wait for the song. Rosak, do you hear us?
I'm really sorry. I'm getting quite some sort of echo, and yeah.
Rosak, if you hear us. Currently, we have a little sound problem. Kozak, if you hear us, maybe your microphone is not working.
I don't know if I should switch my. Can you hear me now?
Yes, perfect. And
I
we
don't know
see
if
the
I should
perfect.
switch.
Absolutely perfect. What otherwise, do I have the right pronunciation? Is it Vito?
Yes, it should be. Yes, my name is Vitold, but it sounds like we've got some trouble with the sound. I'm hearing some echo, so I'm not sure if this is
Perfect.
going to work very well.
It's perfect for now. I can hear you if you can hear me. Seems like the network connection is not that good. Vitold, if you can hear me.
Yes, I can hear you on Twitch, but
Perfect. Yes, maybe there is some lag with Twitch. That's why you hear me maybe 10 seconds after.
okay, I'll just pause the stream on Twitch, so maybe that will work.
Yes.
Okay, so I don't hear any echo now, so probably the sound should work quite well now.
Yes, I think it works now. Okay, Vitold. What did you think about this race? Was it difficult for you? You made a really, really good race. It seems that you are in the second position. So first of all, congratulations. What did you think? Was it difficult for you?
Well, the beginning was quite difficult because it was all based on cumulus and climbs, and they were quite spread apart. So it was important to fly it carefully, to stay high, and especially I think it was on the third leg there was a big ridge just at the right angle to our track. So it was really important to stay high, to be able to go over this ridge without stopping there. I think that we were quite lucky that we found the thermal just before this big ridge. And yeah, after that, I thought that the task was relatively easy because there was it was possible to fly along the ridges, and the ridges were working quite well. So yeah, I think that after this turn point, well, the rest of the task was relatively easy. I just had to stay very vigilant and careful not to get caught by Ben and Pierluigi, who were flying just behind me. So I just needed to avoid making some sort of a big mistake. And well, luckily I've managed to do that, and it worked.
Yeah, that was a really smooth run and smooth race from you because you managed to stay with the group with Ben and with the Napier F1 which was in front of you all the time. But I think, do you think that F1 gave you some beautiful information during the race, like good thermals or good ridges, for example, good ridge climbs?
Well, I think that Josh was just in, in the league on his own today. He flew very well. He basically was in front of everybody for the whole race. He managed to, on his own, to find really good thermals. Um, yeah, he didn't stop anywhere. He didn't get into troubles anywhere. It was just a very smooth flight. He gave us a little bit of hope of catching him just before I think it was Pic de Berg, because he started the thermaling instead of using the ridge. But well, I think it was just strategy. He was all the time high enough to run away from us. So his lead was never really in trouble. So yeah, congratulations. He flew very impressively today. He's done, he took all the best decisions and ended up with a fully deserved win. So well done to Josh.
Yeah, that was a beautiful race from him. So, what are your thoughts now about the next races? What is your strategy? What are you going to do now that you are climbing in the points? What are your strategy for the next races?
Well, I've made some serious mistakes in the first two races. Today, I was lucky enough to not to make a major mistake. There was some little maybe mistakes here and there, but I basically today I just avoided making big mistakes that I've made in the first 2 days. On the first day, it was I thought that the first thermal was not going to work very well. I flew around the mountain and got 40 kilometers behind the leaders. I've managed to climb to the fifth place. I don't know how this happened. I think that Arne was quite unlucky. He got quite low, and on the second day the same thing. The winners flew on the east side of the track on the first leg. I decided to take a little bit more straight path. I was hoping for some, a few nice climbs along the small ridges. They never happened. I got in trouble again and fall behind. Well, today I haven't made those big mistakes, and yeah.
Yeah, I really hope for you that it will work for the next races. And thank you very much, Viton, for this interview. We look forward to see you tomorrow in the next races. I hope that you will win the next races now that you are the second today.
Well,
Thank you.
I'm
Thank you,
looking
Viton.
forward. Yeah, I'm looking forward to the race tomorrow. Yeah, it's great fun to compete with those really good competitors that we've got in this competition. So yeah, I'm looking forward, and yeah, let's have a nice flight tomorrow.
Thank you, Viton. Have a nice night now, and I hope that we will have maybe Ben Fest or Josh Meyers in interview now. I'm gonna ask them if they can come to this channel. So we'll have Josh Meyers with us now for the last interview of this day. Maybe we'll have Ben Fest right after. We have Josh with us right now. Josh, can you hear us?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, that's perfect. Congratulations for today. You made a very, very beautiful flight. You were in front of everybody all the time. That was a purely beautiful flight with many risks that you took during the flight with some low altitude passages on the task. What are your thoughts on the task? What are your thoughts on the race, on this beautiful race you made?
By the way, is my video working? I have it up. I'm hoping you can see me.
Yep.
Great. So the key today was just taking that first risk between turn points 1 and turn point 2, going to the ridge low, getting a stronger thermal. I built about a 2-minute lead right there. There was another small risk heading to turn point 3, I believe. Anyways, over those large mountains that you have to cross and you have to climb up, and I got low there again. Today was just one of those days that when I needed it, the lift was there and it was good.
Okay, and that was a risky task, you said, but what are your thoughts about doing the task in front of everybody? What's the difference between this kind of task where you are following people and this task where you are in front of everybody making your own choices?
So today I didn't want to lead that early. It just worked out that way. I went all the way to cloud base. I flew relatively slow after that first big climb, trying to let people come in underneath me for additional information. Today, in particular, with narrow thermals, it really helps to have other people finding them with you. So the only thing you can do to combat that is stay high. And then the lift connects with the clouds. It's a little easier to find when you're closer to cloud base to begin with. And staying high also allows you to utilize the tall ridges we had today easier. It also allowed me to cross some of the very difficult places without having to do extra effort. So I was basically allowing some of that lead to get burned away for the sake of making it likely, extremely likely, that I'll finish in front.
And how did you manage the pressure of having Ben Donapierre and Vitol Rozak behind you, especially in the last leg of this race? They were really close to you. How did you manage this pressure? Were you looking just right after you or not, or were you concentrated on your race?
Now, I would have turned for home a little bit sooner, a little bit faster and lower if they did. They were quite a bit lower in the beginning, so I felt I had a height advantage. And so I felt as long as we left, even together, if I had a height advantage, I should be able to stay in front. As you know, there's a slight disadvantage right now in Condor between the JS3 and the Ventus 3. So I needed to probably have 100 meters vertical if we left at the same time to make sure I would still win. But as it turned out, I ended up about a kilometer in front and about even. And that was enough. They never really ate into that lead. There was some slight lift on the way home. I'm just concentrating on my McCready flying and making sure that they're unable to close that gap.
Yeah, that was a perfect strategy. And talking about strategy, what are now your strategies for the next races that now you are coming up into the points? Will you be in a strategy of a risky flight or following other people, marking people?
So I went into the competition just understanding that I wanted to learn. I wanted to get better at flying this specific kind of competition. So I intentionally flew conservatively for the first couple days. But yesterday, 10th place, I think they upgraded me a little bit with points. I got a few points. I'm not sure where they came from after they checked the IGC files. But 10 points is 0. So flying a little conservative is the same as landing out. So I think in this style of flying, there needs to be at least 1 or 2 risks taken to make sure that you're up front.
Yes. I hope that you will stay in front in the next races for you. Thank you very much, Josh, for this interview, and we look forward to see you tomorrow for the next races.
Yeah, thanks for putting this on. And I want to just thank the Yonkers Sailplanes. They're following me closely. They were nice enough to send me some kit. They produce an excellent aircraft, so I just really appreciate representing them and what they've done for me.
Thank you for Yonkers Sailplanes. They make really good sailplanes. Thank you,
Yeah,
Josh. See you
I think
tomorrow.
I think it's very good to have more brands in this industry than less. So I'm very happy they're producing a first-rate sailplane.
You're right, I think. See you, Josh.
All right. See you guys. Thank you.
Yeah, nice interview of Josh, the potential winner of this day. And now I will try to invite Ben Fest for our last interview of this day. We have now Ben with us. Ben, can you hear me?
Yeah, hello, good evening once again.
And congratulations for your beautiful race today. You made a really beautiful race. And we see you on the camera now with your beautiful polo of the French Federation and the FAA Sailplane Grand Prix. What are your thoughts about today's race? You made a really beautiful result. You are in front of your big concurrent Donapierre. What are your thoughts about this race?
Yeah, thank you very much. Finally, I got 1 point back from the last days. No, it's fine. It was again a great task today with good thermals, good weather conditions. A little bit more tricky than the last days as we had a lot of zigzagging to do, like not only following one ridge, and the wind were more south like expected, I would say. But at the end, it was a kind of different day, as most of the field got quite low around Pau and Misson, and only Josh continued or did not get the thermal. I didn't catch it neither. I was turning to the right into the sink, and the others were joining the thermal then. And I thought, okay, we definitely need a thermal to continue here to get to more to the west. And yeah, Josh made it quite low and got a great climb. I thought, hmm, will he make it? But at the end, he made it and made a really awesome race after that. Very conservative, and for me, it was a different view this time to have some guys in front, and I tried to catch them as soon as possible, but it was
What
definitely
was
a hard job.
what was your strategy at the beginning of the race? Was it to stay behind people? Was it to stay with Donapier or with some other competitors?
Yeah, I flew very, very slow at the beginning. I think it took some time for the whole field to raise the speed. And for me, it was like, okay, staying behind, having a look, having a chill today. Don't go too fast. And yeah, I wanted definitely this point back from Donna Pierre to for this for the last days, because like he has 20 points, and for me it's like now 16. So I think I need to have some eyes on him at the moment, and that's what I had today. And I got lucky at the end that I was following Pic de Bure close to the mountains, and he took a little uh, bad decision, and that was for me the chance to get 1 point back today.
And what are your strategies for the next races? Is Donapier staying your best competitor, or will you have a look on other pilots, especially Josh and Vitold?
Yeah, I think all of us are very good pilots, so I need to have a lot of eyes in then a couple of in the next days. But for now, it's like Donna Pierre and me. Yeah, we have a race on, and it's it's between us. But let's see what the competition brings and how the strategies change for everybody.
I think that's a good conclusion. Thank you very much for being with us, Ben, and we look forward to see you tomorrow. And on the next races, we hope for you to win the next races.
Yeah, thank you very much, and have a
Thank
good
you very
night,
much,
everybody.
Ben. Have a good night. Thank you, everybody, for following us today on this beautiful race of the Sailplane Grand Prix, the third race of this Sailplane Grand Prix. Now we will have some highlights from today's race in the Saint-Aubin in real life, with Mario Kisling winning the day, following by Sebastian Kawa and Sen. This Grand Prix is really exciting too, with Super Mario is winning all the days for the moment, but we can hope that many pilots are competing now with him. So let's have a look of today's highlight and see you tomorrow for the next virtual Sailplane Grand Prix races.
Welcome to Château Arnoux Saint-Aubin for the finale of the Sailplane Grand Prix. It's a beautiful day.
It's a very nice feeling. So it gets relaxed, and I think it's a different life now. Yeah, very happy.
Other pilots are very, very good.
Race day 3 at Saint-Aubin for the World Sailplane Grand Prix Final. A task first to the south to Vinon, and then over the Plateau Valensole to the Haute Verdun, back towards Saint-Aubin and the village of Montfort, and then we go up into the mountains. The start was good, down the flatlands alongside the Durance Valley, and we had excellent conditions and pilots flying in flatland style, and everybody stayed more or less together until the turning point at Vinon. And from Vinon, they flew over the Plateau de Valensole, with everybody doing more or less the same thing, cloud base 2,300 meters, and staying as a major group with a few trailing a little bit behind. The first breakaway came at Mondenier, when Mario tried to run the ridges going over the Haute Verdun to run into the second turning point. He continued to run alone until he returned to the coupe, but now Sebastian was leading the major group, who were catching him quite quickly. The next turning point at Montfort, the village next to Saint-Aubin, the entire competition arrived more or less at the same time. And now we saw the race start again as they headed towards the mountains. It was led by Sebastian at this point, along with Philippe de Péchet, and they left that first turning point, and everybody took the route along the Vaumeuse and up to Autun, except for Mike 7, Marius, who went a completely different way. A big climb on the top of Tête Grosse enabled most people to get the altitude to reach the Toisy-Veche, but some pilots, they chose to go straight to the Toisy-Veche, and they arrived much lower. And Sebastian and Uli climbed away, but the pilots who climbed to Tête Grosse had the altitude to go straight over the top, and that made them very happy. The two groups now, the group that arrived low were climbing to the south, and we had one group passing over the Toisy-Veche, and Mike 7, who had taken a completely different route by the Blaye, was well ahead. The entry into the Barcelonnette Valley was quite a good split, allowing one group to arrive quite early at turning point 4 at Barcelonnette Aero. We saw Philippe de Péchet leading out of here along with Maximilian, and they flew along the ridge and had very good run along the north side of the Barcelonnette Valley. Everybody just running in the energy that was available until they reached the end of this line. They had great energy along this run and good cumulus marking the energy. As they came to the end of the valley, they came onto Morgon, and altogether they entered the area where they should expect to find good lift. And under the next cumulus, there was excellent lift, which allowed them to get the altitude to cross the valley. It's a long crossing to Pic de Beur. The game changed again at Pic de Beur, with now Sebastian leading along with Philippe de Péchet, and Uli was with them, and Maximilian, and Catherine Sen. But Mario had gone further to the north, and he arrived lower and was left to climb below as they left to run the ridge at Pic de Bure. That leading group, they ran along the Pic de Bure all the way to the last turning point at on this western end of Pic de Bure. This turning point at La Cluse was critical because the first group ran in and they didn't climb running in, and they didn't climb it initially coming out. But they did stop to climb a little bit down the track because they did not have enough altitude for the final glide. At this point, Mario turned up nearly 200 meters above, having climbed on the Pic de Bure in a very strong thermal to enough altitude to final glide. From this moment, it was really a race home. Mario was using his altitude to catch Sebastian, and he passed him at about 30 kilometers out. And at that point, Sebastian tried everything to get an advantage back on the glide. But there was never really a possibility because Mario always had a little bit more speed and a little bit more height. It continued like this all the way back to Saint-Aubin for the finish. We had very close finish with the first 5 gliders, and we had Mario coming in first with Sebastian second, followed by Catherine Sen, Christophe Abedet and Philippe Depechy. Louis Boudelec and Maximilien Seiss very close behind. A good day for all the French pilots, but a great day for Mario.
What a race!
Yes.
Okay, first I need to ask, how did you manage to catch up at Pic de Bure?
Yeah, I stayed in my thermal because I felt it had a lot of energy and all the other gliders passed, and then it was 3, 4, 5, 5.5, and then that gave me the opportunity to fly close to Pic de Bure, and I had again 5.5 meters up to the cloud base and then could push. It was great.
You did two times try to escape the gargle and they catch you up. How was the feeling?
Yeah, this morning I tried to figure out the route also in the breezes to Coupe, and it worked well, but I did not get directly the 4 meters, but you saw, I mean, it was pretty much the same. Yeah, and then it was really great. I did not feel uncomfortable because I knew the breezes was working well. Yeah.
So it was really interesting that you tried twice to escape, and finally when you kept the thermal that you managed to catch up and go fast.
Yeah, I mean, a bit of luck is always in the game. But yeah, as I said, I could feel that this was a very strong lift, and I felt, okay, it might be good to be high at Pic de Bure, and it paid out.
Congratulations. It was, again, a really, really good race to follow.
Thank you very much. Okay.
Thank you.
Whoa, 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 we have a winner there. Superbe Mario.